Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live. The REMINGTOM podcast is here. Shout out, of course, to Mac Miller. Balloonerism dropped last night, this morning. We'll be doing full Balloonerism reactions in a little bit. Of course, rest in peace to our guy. But it is Friday night. We've got NBA hoops on in the background as well, too. And we've got the Celtics and the Magic going at it. Pause right away, chat. We're 30 seconds in. But Celtics Magic on ESPN, and it's kind of a interesting slate. It's not like super stacked. All the games are kind of early. I don't know if they just want to let the NBA players get out on a Friday night. I think maybe Lakers Nets are on later. I don't know. LeBron's just the old guy in the league. He doesn't need to be out late at this time, so I guess it's not, he's not really putting the kids to bed anymore at this point. Bronny's working with Bron, so he can keep tabs on him. He knows where he's at. I guess, is that what Bron did? He's like, no, you got to play us late on these Friday night games. Bronny, he's going to be that's really what it is, chat. I think we all think that LeBron wants to play basketball with his son. Like, it's this great historical legacy thing. I mean, it is. Make no mistake. A teammate that's your pal is also a great thing. But, I mean, he's keeping tabs on Bronny in an NBA city, on an NBA team. Because otherwise, even if Bronny's just, on the bench in some bigger NBA city, he's going to be on his own. No dad to keep an eye on him. Now, I know you guys are going to be saying, well, Bronny's not going to be on the bench, but we'll give the man the benefit of the doubt. Even though, I guess, 55, he was still on the board. But, the G League cities, maybe, what kind of damage are these players doing in the G League cities? I mean, we shouldn't even question because we live in less than a G League. So we don't even have a G League team in our city. And, I mean, there's still people that can mess up a Friday night. So yeah, I'm sure you find yourself in like a Sioux Falls. Are the Skyforce still even around, chat? I don't even know what the G League even looks like at this point. And we know like the Warriors, I think, have a team out in the Bay. There might be a couple of prime spots, but Florida's G League team is in like Idaho. So just these random spots where they don't want the players to have any fun. But yeah, chat. Anyways, Celtics Magic on in the back. Like we were saying, where did we get off on that tangent? Oh yeah, Bronny going out at night on the NBA town. But Los Angeles as well too. You never know. And the thing is, like, Bronny is famous. That's the other part. Like, I know, who knows what the NBA thing has done to his status in terms of going to the club. But yeah, I don't know if the people that he's talking to are looking at the field goal percentages. But he is a celebrity. In terms of, NIL, he wasn't even really out on the court at USC for obvious reasons. Shout out. We're glad the man's okay. But, he wasn't even on the court, and he was still one of the highest NIL athletes in just all of college basketball. So, the recognizability of Bronny. Bron's just like, no, we got to play the night game every night. We got to go home right away. We got to work. And, I mean, that's, the NBA player. That's what you got to do, of course. Kobe Bryant. I mean, Kobe, I don't think Kobe was in the club after the game. That's for sure. But we're just, chat. We're not breaking any news on the lifestyle of an NBA player here. But team playing, I guess, is it in LA? Regardless, early slate tonight. The Spurs do play the Grizzlies, so Wemby's going to try not to get dunked on tonight. We'll see what happens. Fortunately, it didn't count. But Paolo is back for the Magic, of course. He's been back. No Franz. No Suggs tonight as well. But it doesn't matter. Anthony Black, Caleb Houston. How do they have Caleb Houston and Jet Howard? I didn't realize that Orlando is just locked in on the Michigan Wolverines scouting. But, I mean, we've got that center right now, Golden, that's just going off. So, pause. I mean, do the Magic need, like, kind of a old school 5 footwork? Could they use some post-up play on the Magic? I mean, I feel like they were the team that always needed a stretch. I mean, with Paolo kind of operating at the top of the key, I feel like spacing's probably a good thing. But a big down there, got a little high-low game from, the free throw line to the basket. Could be fun, chat. But the Celtics have been in an interesting spot as of late. I mean, interesting to say the least. They lost to the Raptors the other night. That's kind of the sign that things are going bad, chat. There's like a couple, there's teams every year that are like the alarm teams. They got to get wins. They got to, I guess, a lot of times the bad teams, they'll get wins on each other. But there's a handful of teams that, and there's bad teams as well, that if you lose to them, it's like, okay, they may not get a lot of wins, but I don't know if you call them a bad team necessarily. And that is the thing about the NBA right now is, maybe to the Celtics' credit, there aren't necessarily a ton of bad teams per se. But I think the Raptors are one of those. You're like, okay, if you're Boston, we can't be losing to the Raptors. Was it like Wednesday night, Thursday night? Just in the middle of the week. And, in Toronto as well. Speaking of going to the club, you never know what Tatum and Brown were up to around the time of the game. We don't know why necessarily the performances were off. But I think Tatum might have had a good game in that one. I don't remember. We didn't have the box score memorized. But I think Brown necessarily... Are we just going to allege that Brown just had a bad game? We'll just assume that it's Brown this time, I guess, chat, and not Tatum. But the finals MVP, apparently we just won't give him the benefit of the doubt. But his percentages have been a little lower this year. So, it's in correlation with what we've seen from the games in the 2024-2025 stretch. But they're up right now. They've got an 8-point lead. Isaac is at the line, and the first quarter is winding down. They're just under 50 seconds. But you've got, of course, Cleveland. I mean, they lost to OKC the other night, but just in terms of the totality of the regular season, they've definitely been, I don't know, is locked in the right word, chat? They've been more locked in than Boston. More motivated, maybe? We can't really speak for the Celtics mindset. And to be honest, I do kind of... Missoula is a good... I feel like Missoula would be good at rallying these guys back and getting... Missoula would have some quote in some movie scene about they don't believe in us, and I guess, maybe it's not really even that. It's, sort of the hunter maybe becoming the hunted type ordeal. I don't know if there's like a, Godzilla versus Kong scene that they could show him where they're the powerhouse, but I guess, again, losing to the Raptors, not really losing to a powerhouse. But I guess their last couple losses, so they did lose to Orlando earlier, of course, but Orlando, Philly, and that was that Christmas Day game where it's just Philly somehow caught just a glimpse of whatever. I don't even know if it was peak Philly in that game. It was a really, really good version of Philadelphia, make no mistake. It's probably and considering that they were playing the Celtics as well, it's definitely the best they played all season. But, you still think, obviously with Embiid and George and Maxey, that there's just, a infinite amount of levels that they can go to, especially compared to where they're at right now. But they went 2 games in a row versus the Pacers and won one, lost one. So I guess that is explainable as well, too. Kind of the familiarity thing. But they were both at home. That is crazy. You get the rare back-to-back pause in the same location. A lot of times, and I guess the one way or the other, and especially it feels like for those type of matchups, it's like Spurs Mavs where, Spurs are going to drive to Dallas and then the Mavs are just going to drive over to San Antonio. You can make that work, or even LA to Phoenix, all those obviously day type trips, things that you can do. Indiana, Boston's not necessarily a one-day ordeal in terms of, comfortably anyways. Not that we've ever done that trip, but from here to Indiana, I can't imagine it's definitely not closer from here to Indiana, the distance from here to Indiana than it is from Boston to Indiana. But I just don't know how much, of a gap that would be. But then they also lost to the Thunder as well. Makes sense. The Kings, it makes sense right now if they lost to him recently. Doug Christie, he's got the Kings just whipped into shape. I don't know, does Doug Christie have experience whipping people into shape, chat? Yikes. But maybe not. Who knows? Then they lost to the Raptors. So, you could make the case that the Raptors was the first real bad loss in that one. I guess, again, Sacramento was at home, and they did lose that game by, was this 17, chat? Yeah, that's not good. Should we go back to the box score for this one? Let's see what we had. And it wasn't even a DeRozan special. DeRozan, 9 of 26. That might be the DeRozan special at this point. It was just, I guess, a balanced performance. Everybody else was definitely cooking. Sabonis, 10 of 15. Keegan Murray, 7 of 12. I guess just those two guys. Monk, 9 of 24. Also taking crazy shots. But Tatum, 5 for 13, 38%. Derek White, 1 for 8, 12%. Derek White might be just the best like swing guy on the box score where, obviously you look at his season percentages, they always end up looking really good, but he'll either shoot like 1 for 12, pause, or, just like make all 8 of his threes in a game. And he's a high volume guy. I think it's the volume thing that really makes that dramatic because they're going up either way. And I guess he's backed off a little bit as of late. The last 3 games, in that Sacramento game, 1 for 8 from the field, 0 for 6 from 3, 0 for 5 in a 1-point win versus New Orleans, chat. And then 1 for 7 in that loss versus Toronto. So, I mean, this is kind of how they're built, though. Like, as much as it is and maybe that was the thing that we weren't necessarily verbalizing when we were kind of saying, like, why is this team not as scary as a defending champion as some of these teams in the past, especially when you consider that they're running it back in, the only teams that are catching up to them at this point, like, realistically, are teams that just have gotten better from last year. If we're looking at Cleveland and OKC, I know, we could get into tier 2 with, New York is, of course, close in that mix as well. And they made the big trade for Towns, so that's kind of a new look team compared to just a step forward. But you'd still go, okay, like Tatum and Brown in a playoff series. And I guess, even with the Knicks side, like Houston and Memphis, I guess, in the Western Conference. But I mean, they do have a lot of playoff experience now in the league. I mean, it's not even that they're not, of course, even young guys anymore with just a lot of playoff experience. They're just guys in the prime of their career that have just played a lot of playoff games, and the next generation of guys is now getting better and catching up to him. Like Shea, of course, Shea now is the young guy, and he has to still, I mean, he had the run last year being his first like real run as the lead guy. Same with Mitchell and this Cavs team haven't even really made like a serious contending playoff run yet. I mean, they won a playoff series or 2, but I guess they haven't been in the conference championship game anyways. But, you'd still go, okay, I think, Tatum and Brown, if they're this top dog team at this point in their careers, at the peak of their powers, with the experience and the miles that they've accumulated, like they could still, in a playoff series and game to game, like win. And I mean, they still obviously can't, not saying that we're not thinking this anymore, but why, if they're in that state, are they just not as scary? And I get it is because of the reliance on the 3-point shooting of these, these role player type guys, where if you look at like the Golden State teams from back in the day, obviously, again, a different level of team to compare them to just in terms of the legacy standings. But again, like their perimeter shooting, that the 3-point deadliness that made them that was the thing that made them special. It was generated from their star players. Like it was Steph and it was Clay that was hitting the 3-point. I mean, think about the role guys that have had. I mean, not even Draymond as well, who wasn't even a 3-point shooter. Obviously, he was a star in that team. Like, those early days, it's like Sean Livingston. Sean Livingston's not a 3-point shooter. That's the mid-range king right there. I saw a stat the other day that said Sean Livingston never missed a mid-range jumper, and I believed it for a half a second. That's how good Sean Livingston was in the mid-range, where I was like, had to take it. I was like, is that actually true? Like, what's the field goal distance? Is it like this weird math where like mid-range is technically like, this 3-foot range, and he just never missed in this 3-foot range? Like, I was like, I kind of believed it for a second. That's how good Sean Livingston was. Sean Livingston was a baller. And you still go back to those Warriors days, and you're like, he put up like 6 points a game off the bench? How did that even happen? Like, let's go look at the Sean Livingston numbers right now. He didn't even, like, put up that great of stats. I mean, again, what was he, 7th, 8th man on the team? Not that he would. But for as deadly as he felt at times, yeah, I guess he shot over 50% from the field every season that he was in Golden State, and he was in Golden State for 5 seasons there at the end of his career, all through that run from 14-15 to 18-19. But for those 5 seasons for his career, he averaged 5.5 points a game, and it was pretty steady all the way through. It wasn't like one great season and it tailed off. It was 5.9, 5.6, 5.1, 5.5, and then 4 points was his lowest total that last season. And he wasn't even playing as much, down to 15 minutes a game compared to the 18, 19, 20 minutes a game. But a dynamic 20 minutes a game, make no mistake. What was he per 36? 11 points a game. So it's like if Sean Livingston's out there playing normal minutes, he's scoring 10 points. You know, he felt more lethal like that at times. Maybe it would be like he would just get all of those points in one stretch where they would check him into the game. He hits 3 or 4 buckets right away. Sean Livingston's at 8 points for the game, and then he just kind of stays there. But, you know, those are the role players that they had. And the thing that made them, the thing that separated them anyways was, again, that, of course, you know, Steph and Clay. And the defense as well, too, like Draymond's defense. I mean, you know, Draymond being the best defender and then that team being a great defensive team, you know, can't be underrated in terms of success as well. And same with Boston in terms of last year. But I mean, of course, they were a real special 3-point shooting team in the, you know, just in terms of play style. And that's how they started this season again last year, or they started this season again earlier this year, where the numbers anyways looked really, really impressive. And they were doing it also at like this really, really historic rate. But, you know, Tatum and Brown are, of course, or can be, you know, lethal perimeter guys for sure. But just the majority of the 3-point shooting is Derek White. It's Peyton Pritchard, Kristaps Porzingis, who, you know, when he's out there is definitely can be more consistent than maybe White. But, you know, it's the role guys. It's not necessarily the star players. And, you know, Tatum and Brown with are we going to just give them more bulletin board material even after they won the finals, chat? Like, I don't know. You watch what Shea is doing this year as a shot creator, and Tatum has had moments in games and play. Like, he's had 40-point games against Milwaukee, and the team has been able, of course, to make these tremendous playoff pushes every season. But, you know, the depth has definitely been a part of that. Not, again, trying to take away from Tatum or anything like that, but there's just a little bit of an extra gear that Shea has as a shot creator, and his ability to just know to get into that mid-range shot. Like I'm watching the Boston Magic game right now, and just something about like when Tatum pulls up for mid-range, it just feels farther away. Where Shea pulls up for mid-range, chat, that OKC court, it's like it feels like he's laying it in. It's just so automatic at that point. Like Steph is like that from 3, you know, where he like when you just see him shooting from 3, it just the court just looks visually so much shorter. It's just like it just distorts your mind with how easy he's shooting it. Maybe pause. And maybe, you know, I was watching the Thunder Cavs game on a smaller screen, but regardless, like Shea, there's just I guess we could look at the field goal percentages as well too. Like he's over 50% from the field. You know, the 3-point shooting, like Tatum is definitely a better 3-point shooter for the course of his career. But at the end of a game when you need a couple of shots, like I guess, you know, ultimately in some ways it does, you know, there's math situations and scoring where maybe you need a 3 instead of a 2, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like you need a bucket. You need a guy that can get you a bucket. And yeah, you know what? Maybe Giannis doesn't have like the bag that some other guys have, but you know what? When there's 20 seconds left on the clock, he can get downhill, he can put his head down, and he's going to get to the rim. He's going to just physically bowl some guy over. That's probably a pause, but a bowl over? We don't want to start looking that move up, but or maybe we do, chat. Start adding something to the you know, the old move. But who are we talking about? Giannis. Speaking of bowling people over, chat. Giannis, one of the more infamously hornier NBA players, chat. But but you know, Giannis can get to the rim basically at any time he wants, and that is good enough at the end of a game to get you a bucket. And Shea, there's just an automatic thing with him where, and I think you see it reflected in some of the player rankings. Like maybe did Simmons just have his player rankings when he was doing his power poll on his latest pod? He might have had Shea ranked over Tatum. That's not necessarily a hot take, again, just in general. Like Shea might be MVP of the league, so that's probably pretty consensus at this point. But again, just that playoff best team guy getting a bucket, like who's just a scarier matchup. I mean, it goes to Shea as well too. Maybe that just is congruent with the player rankings, but you know, guys can move up depending on, you know, there's variance with some guys where some Tatum when he's cooking, obviously there's like a consistency thing to him. I guess that would be the ideal. So, and he has been really good this year as well too. Like we're saying, maybe there's some of these other pieces around him that are maybe not playing well. Where you look at Shea's, team, and the Cavs on the other hand, like the Cavs 3-point shooting this year, like Strauss and Niang and these guys like can't miss. They went out and spent on these perimeter players, and it seems like it's really working. But when like what is that thing that makes that? Because like you would look at the Thunder and go, okay, Shea like makes them special. Like yeah, Steph and Clay and the spacing of that Warriors team made them special. And there are other like Anthony, like if peak Anthony Edwards is in a playoff series and cooking, like it's these other, and maybe it's just not defining teams by their great players as well too, but like you're saying, these other teams like the Spurs in 2014, their ball movement and their spacing, their chemistry, their teamwork, like that's what made that team special. The bad boy Pistons, it was that nitty gritty, that deep, like these teams had defining factors, and the Celtics, you go, okay, yeah, they're a defensive team, they're a 3-point shooting team, and they can be really, really elite at both for sure. But again, just in terms of this legacy, bigger picture, because these are the teams because the Celtics have already won the title. So now it's not, can Tatum and Brown win the title? And maybe, do we just keep moving the bar legacy wise? Like, when is it enough, chap? But, this is just the cycle of how it goes. But, now the conversation becomes like how many titles, of course, but what is this? Is this a dynasty? Like, what does this run look like? Is it this group of guys as well, too? Like, are there, of course, just in the immediate team building stuff, like, are there things that need to be done? But, those people that ascend to those multi-times, those dominants, to kind of have a stranglehold over the league and really define, like, a certain period, like, the Celtics are teetering on that because they have, again, been one of them. If you just looked at all the playoff success that they've had just kind of in general with the amount of wins, like they might be the most successful playoff team of the 2020s, to be honest. Like if we just looked at the overall playoff records, like it'd be hard to think of a team that actually has played in more playoff games than Tatum and Brown, because you think like even though, the Warriors have won a title and been in some playoff games, but they also had that Wiseman year where they were the number 2 overall pick. And, the Milwaukee with Giannis, like they've had some early round exits. Maybe Miami with Jimmy Butler and Bam would be the other team, kind of sneaky at this point. But, this would be the 5th year in that decade, I guess. In this decade where would be the halfway point year. And this might be like a real down year for Miami. I mean, Jimmy Butler, who knows if he even plays again for this team. Like this could be a total shifting year for the team. And now, at least Boston's able to, again, just kind of bulk up the resume over a team like that with another lengthy sort of playoff run this year. But just in terms of those era defining teams, they do all have special kind of defining factors. And I don't know if the Celtics, again, they have great things that they can do, and they're a great talented basketball team, but do they have that defining thing that you go, oh, this is what the Celtics hang their hat on absolutely at the end of the day? And you go, okay, yeah, it is the defense and 3-point shooting, but like I'm saying, that is kind of that goes beyond their star players as well. Not that you don't need the depth to ultimately make a title run, but again, you have to be defined by your stars or have that thing. Like they don't have necessarily the teamwork of the Spurs, which is not a bad thing, obviously, because the individual shot making of Tatum and Brown is just objectively better than people that the San Antonio Spurs had back in the day. Like that's how they had to win, was the ball movement, and was, really shifting the defense and trying to get these open looks or, these easy shots under the basket. Kind of, of course, an early version of what we're seeing now, just not to the extreme, and not to the extreme with the isolation as well, of course. It was the actual beautiful game. But they just don't quite have it, Chad. I guess if you were just saying it as like a thing, like we've been saying, I just don't know quite what it would be. Maybe it would just be the duo, the star power of Tatum. Like maybe that's what it would be. But it would I don't know if it depends on them having a super consistent regular season. And again, they're second in the Eastern Conference right now. Like, I'm looking at the graphic, it's just reminding me, like, they're still having a super successful regular season, even if they're, having a couple of down games, and you have another team who's like, that's the thing. You have the Cleveland Cavaliers who, they're new to this whole thing, chat. Boston, they're like, we've been there, we've done that. Great regular season. That's old to us. Like, Cleveland's really, and Boston knows maybe, like, how is futile the right word, chat? That might be too big of a word for us to use. Like, they might know like how meaningless a great regular season is compared to that playoff run and ultimately what it takes to win the finals. And then, of course, the ultimate feeling, of winning the finals. But Cleveland is still able to get more satisfaction in a way out of a great regular season, because this is the most that they've accomplished up until this point as a team. But, so I don't know if the Boston legacy thing in the Tatum and Brown duo, maybe it's unfair for me to say, like, they don't have a legacy defining thing yet because they've lost 12 games in the regular season at this point. It's just, I don't know what I would say in that greater conversation at this point. Because, like, even the bad boy Pistons, you go, okay, they won back-to-back titles. It's not like, even San Antonio didn't win back-to-back titles, but, they won 5 over such a long course of history that, they really kind of define, the early 2000s as well with Duncan's couple of MVPs and them just battling with the Lakers. Like, they define a big stretch of NBA history, but, that Pistons sort of early run, like, that's how the league can kind of go sometimes in these 4 to 5 year cycles. It's not always these big, long spans of San Antonio dominating for 20 years. LeBron dominating for a long time, even though it might not necessarily be on one basketball team. Like, you see it right now with Denver. Like, I guess, again, I don't know how he turned this into a LeBron thing. It just happens, chat. It just happens. I don't know if it's just subconscious at this point. Like, social media has just so, like, everything is just so geared to, like, in the memes and everything. It's just like everything has to ultimately go back to LeBron. But, like, even Jokic isn't able to have some of the playoff runs that LeBron has had with some of the teams. Like, Jokic has had and carried, teams to rounds and done great things in the playoffs. But some of the teams that LeBron has taken to the finals, and you can go some of the opponents that Jokic has played as well. Like, maybe you put Jokic in the East back in those days, and it's a different story. But, just and if LeBron's not, you have that whole stretch as well, too, where those, obviously with what the Warriors become, LeBron just making the finals, we almost have to kind of put that on the resume as just the accomplishment for that season. But, the even if it is a short span like that is, this would be the Celtics window to dominate. Like, this would be that 5-year window. They win the title in a couple of years. And like we're saying, if they win the title this year, chat, then it's like, yeah, the Celtics are the defining team of the first half of the 2020s decade. Like, this goes down as the Tatum and Brown run. And that's kind of, I don't know. I just kind of threw that out there casually, but I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't say that. I don't know how you wouldn't say that, because again, you have these great players as well too. Like, you would have Jokic in this run of this half, and Jokic won a title a couple of years ago. Giannis won a title. Giannis in the finals against Phoenix was one of the great things that we've seen. Like, with as great as Jokic was in that playoff run, we all kind of thought that they were going to take down that Miami team. Miami didn't really have a matchups to just, and that's, I guess, to Jokic's credit. It's like they just had this such unstoppable force going into the game that it's like, yeah, that series is over. But, I mean, that Phoenix team was a 60-win regular season team, and I don't remember exactly what the line would be for that series, but, Giannis maybe had to do a little bit more of a takedown in that series than Jokic had to do versus Miami. But, you have these, and Jokic and Giannis would both individually rank higher, I think, on the legacy rankings. I would say even after if Tatum wins a second title, I know there's just a lot of halfway point legacy marks for the regular season, but, if Tatum wins a title this year, I would still think that Jokic and Giannis would be, superior all-time players on people's all-time list just because of, the individual accomplishments as well, too. But I think we kind of know that maybe Jokic and Giannis is just individual talent. Like, they might just be superior players. But, again, as a team, as an era like this, and I think the Pistons would be in the same spot. Like, there would be players that, and, only a handful of players that you would rank above Isaiah Thomas from back in that era, but you would still go, okay, Magic and Bird are hanging around at that time. Like, Jordan is still, he's losing to the Pistons, but he's still there, and obviously his legacy and what he became, and kind of that intersection of, that 84 draft and the 85 draft, and kind of the talent that influx through there, and then kind of the end of that, Magic, Bird, Kareem kind of run as well too, from those stars from kind of the 70s. And Magic and Bird were 79 drafts as well too, so obviously those were more early 80s stars. But kind of from that, and again, like that 4 to 5 year kind of span within the league. And then it kind of shifted over for the Pistons for a couple of years, and they they legitimately took down the Celtics again. I know we're not the number one basketball historian over here, but those are that was the teams from those early 80s. Again, the Lakers and the Celtics as the insurmountable teams. And you got the Sixers in there as well. I think the Rockets with Hakeem, an early Hakeem, that was a sign, of course, for maybe what was to happen with Kareem, or with Hakeem's career. But maybe, again, Chad, like the Tatum and the Brown star power, like that's kind of what it was as well too last year. And the fact that it was Brown like winning the Finals MVP, I think kind of speaks to that a little extra, because again, like Tatum had a couple of good games there at the end of the stretch. So it's not like we would look back at that Finals and go, Tatum had a bad Finals. Like Tatum had a bad. I think Tatum overall like had a kind of a bad year. It turns out, like a bad couple of months stretch there, where his overall playoff numbers were kind of tough, and then the Olympic thing didn't necessarily turn out ideally. But it's like, okay, he still was like, games 3, 4, and 5 of the NBA Finals or whatever. Like he was still really, really good in those games and almost won Finals MVP again. And those two guys were outstanding. And again, like all the matchups were super favorable for him. So maybe that has something to do with it as well. But, I think even, and I don't know if there's a team in the East that maybe has that. Like, does Cleveland necessarily have a defining thing the way that OKC does? But again, that's why OKC is so scary, because you go, yeah, okay, they have the defense, they have the 3-point, like they have all these other things that I guess if we're talking just, amongst these top 3 teams in the league so far, I guess, a little halfway top tier check-in. But, if we're just comparing these top 3 teams, it's like, yeah, okay, OKC, they have the 3-point shooting. Maybe the numbers from Cleveland are better. And maybe Drew Holiday just hits a little behind the back step back right there, trying to prove me wrong, as, Boston's at home, still up by 11 on Orlando. 3 minutes left in the second half. But, OKC, they have the 3-point shooting. They have the defense as well. They have the versatility with some of the lineup stuff, especially if they're fully healthy and Chet's playing, and they have the bigs, and with all the depth that they've been able to acquire over the years through the draft. But they also have friggin' Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who you just know at the end of these games is maybe the best shot maker in the league at this point, and super automatic, super deadly, and that is kind of the bail. It's just it's a bailout option. It really is. It's a bailout option as much as it is like an identity, because I guess that's kind of what it is. Like, these games get ugly. You don't know what to do at the end of them. Oh, nobody is gonna hit a shot because it's a clutch moment, and it's gonna have to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just operating in the mid range, cooking his defender one-on-one, and of course, Michael Jordan's going to swing it over to Steve Kerr, and there's going to be role players that make clutch shots. I'm not saying everybody seizes up, but I mean, of course you're going to rely on your stars, and it's going to be down there. And again, it's not maybe rely on your stars, but rely on your identity. But the Thunder's identity at this point is Shai. And to me, like, that is the most defined thing. And again, amongst these top 3 teams, but like for, I guess, maybe the greater just sort of good teams, like the tier 1 and the tier 2 teams as well. And I guess Denver, Murray is playing better. So obviously, Jokic and his impact is, that's right in the conversation, obviously, with what Shai is doing. We're not saying that. But the Nuggets, of course, are a couple of tiers behind OKC as a total team at this point in the regular season. Halfway through the regular season, it's no hot take. They just have not played as well as the OKC Thunder. It's just what it is. Sorry, Denver fans. I mean, everybody knows it's true. But, again, with Murray starting to cook a little bit again, and, their identity as well, too, is, we know what it's been in the past, and it's kind of starting to form again. It's a little more than just Jokic. We may talk about that in a second. But, yeah, it's just the Shea thing amongst those top 3 teams is the most maybe dependable is just ultimately the right word to use. It's just the most dependable thing amongst the contenders right now is if you need a shot at the end of a game or, at any point in the game. But he's just the most reliable guy. He's the top guy. Because I guess Giannis, of course, like we're saying, but Milwaukee's also in that case. So maybe it is just a de facto best player in the league on the best team. Like, where does that kind of line up? Because, where would we have had Shea and OKC in this conversation last year? Like, I feel like where they ended up placing sort of for the season, what are they, a divisional round loss to the Mavs? Or was that conference championship? Were they almost in the finals last year? Oh, no, that's right. The Mavs beat the Timberwolves in the conference championship. The Timberwolves beat the Nuggets in the divisional round, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm getting all those rounds correct. But, and maybe the Mavs, if you just look at that matchup head-to-head, you go, okay, that's still a series that ultimately they can win. Like, the three-point shooting that they were on and the defense that they were playing as well, too, like, it was a interesting matchup for OKC at the time. But, Shea is just objectively a better player this year than he was last year. And I guess here we can look up the numbers real quick. Like, I don't know if his field goal percentage is necessarily up and all that stuff, because he was over 30 a game last year. Like, he was over 50%. He was 30.1 points per game, so 30.1, 53.5% from 3. He's almost same again, 53.1%, but just a little bit more like 2 shots a game, and he's up to 31.6 points per game, leading the league in scoring at this time as well. I guess I didn't realize he was up to number 1 at this point. And he was pretty similar 3-point shooting percentage as well, 35.3% last year, 35.2% this year. But he is committing to it a little bit more. He's taking over 6 a game. So at 35%, he's like, okay, I just got to the level where we can really start letting these go now. And there have been a couple of games, Chad, yikes, where he has kind of maybe committed to that 3-point a little bit too much. And that would maybe be the one thing where, again, at 35%, it's still kind of in the spot where I would want him taking those 3-pointers. And maybe it's just de facto, again, he's so automatic in mid-range at this point. 53% is kind of crazy, Chad. Like, he's making well over half. It's not barely half because he's kind of, playing out of his mind. Like, it's a couple years now where it's like, yeah, he's definitely making over half of his mid-range shots. I guess, 2-point percentage alone, he is 60% this year, 59.9% from 2. And if we want to really nerd out on the stats, chat, can we get into the distances and see where he's really cooking from? See where the Sean Livingston range has he? I mean, unfortunately, he's not going to catch the all-time Sean Livingston career percentage because Shea has missed a couple times. He's not as automatic as Sean Livingston, but 50% from 3 feet to 10 feet, 10 to 16 feet. He is 56% last year. He was 53% the year before, or 56% this year, 53% last year, 51% the year before. So it has just, again, incrementally gone up just a little bit every season, just a little bit better. Even if it's not, he's number 2 in MVP last year. Like, he's still kind of in the same status. But maybe he's even up a little bit more than last year in status. Because I just am banking on him in a way in the playoffs that, again, maybe I just wouldn't even have had going into last year. And maybe that's just the newness of going into last year as well. But, again, with the 3-pointers, he's so automatic for mid-range that I don't know if that just is like, okay, the 3-point is the less percentage thing. But that is the one. If he's taking those, it's like, okay, that is definitely a win for the defense still at this point. Even if he was at like 38 really starts to get sketchy for that. Because, and just in terms of schematically how you're going to play that. Because, again, you can still kind of be like, we'll let you have it a little bit. But, like Harden's 37%. Usually, if I don't know. I guess I don't have the career Harden number off the top of my head, but I feel like he's usually in that 37 to 38% range. Even if he's playing, whether it's, chubby Philly Harden or this kind of, I don't even know what is this version of Harden right now, chat? Because it's like I don't know if he's out of the midlife crisis, but he's kind of calm. There's a calmness to him. There seems to be like a peace with the situation and sort of the play style and just maybe the success that like everything just kind of seems to be maybe a little bit happier than it was a couple. I don't know. Is he like post divorce Harden with Philly and then with, because I guess, even though Philly to Houston, like it still was Morey, right? So it's still the same regime that he's still kind of operating under. So it's not really a new thing. So kind of post-divorce from Morey, he got a couple of years of money from the Clippers. Maybe, he's not really getting, like, killed as much online as maybe he was in the past. The public opinion is maybe, like, a little more favorable for him at this point. Yeah, people are actually, like, enjoying somewhat the James Harden season. And maybe it's the Norm Powell season. And just people, I love watching Norm Powell, and then Harden's having fun too while Norm Powell's playing. Like, that's a good time. But, like, even, like, Harden in that range, like, and Harden's taking different kinds of shots as well, too, maybe, than Shea, but it's not too far off. It's not too far off. And that was something I was thinking about with Shea as well, too, especially just recently watching him play the Cavs these last two games, because the Cavs did win. Like, I know the Thunder are going to get more love for winning this game because it was more impressive, but the Cavs did win that first game when it was in Cleveland. They were really impressive in that fourth quarter. And, that size was like, okay, that's a thing that, Mobley was like 2 for 7 in this last game. So I offensively, he was like pretty brilliant in that first game, if I remember correctly. Do I need to pull the box score back up? But I want to say that he cooked in that game. That was a big Mobley game. But Shea was, of course, really, really good in that game as well. And maybe even if it felt like it was a little off for Shea, like he was 13 to 27, he was 48%. Like, that's how efficient Shea is. That when he's under 50, you're like, oh, he's missing a little bit. And it was just because the three-pointers as well. He was 1 for 6. I guess this would be the game that maybe I'm thinking of, where he just took like I think there was a shot. No, he was he didn't take a three-pointer in the fourth quarter. He went 0 for 5 in the first half. Yeah, he was trying. But there was like I don't know, there was one of their losses, I feel like. Maybe they didn't even lose the game, but maybe it was just a possession that just was bad. There was like a fourth quarter possession where he went down, took a three, and then there was like 2 or 3 possessions after that where he didn't get a look. And it was like the three-pointer was kind of like the last look of the game. And it was like, okay, that's not necessarily how you want, Shea to be putting a bow on this performance. But, yeah, even in the second half of that Cavs game in which they lost, he was overall 6 for 9 in that half. 15 points. Still the best player on the court. But for the game, Mobley had 21, 10, and 7. Almost put up a triple-double in that game. 8 of 13 from the field. So that was like a really, really special, Mobley performance, just in terms of the overall stuff. And he only had 1 block as well, too. So, if Mobley was giving you a little bit more, just if that was showing up more on the box score as well, like his fantasy numbers would have even have gone up in that game. But, just watching him second half of that game, and then, of course, the way they took down the Cavs. And it was not just Shea, like that whole team. I mean, they were just incredible. They had like 110 points with 3 minutes left. I almost had to text Billy Buckets and just be like, you guys are good. But I couldn't jinx his team. But I almost texted him and be like, there's no way you guys aren't going to win the title this year. You have 110 points on the best team in the league with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Like, what is going on here? Like, and again, I'm still trying to give Cleveland some credit for winning this game. But that's just what OKC was doing to him. Pause was just too impressive. But that's crazy. Sorry, chat. But... But just with Shea, with his shot-making ability, like I was thinking about the lineage of that type of tough shot maker guard. Not necessarily like the best, guard in the league. Because Shea definitely has that case right now, especially with Doncic, one being like weirdly positionless, but two, just being hurt right now and not playing. He definitely is, ascended to, undoubtedly, he is the best guard in the league. Because maybe even like Brunson kind of last year as well, like you would still, the Shea at 30 points a game, you'd go, okay, like he's definitely, like it's still all there, but you would go, we haven't seen in the playoffs, we have with Brunson. Maybe he can do, kind of a setting up the team thing in a way that Shea can't, where Shea is just still like maybe a more awesome shot maker at this point. Like Brunson maybe a better point guard. So how do you balance that? And then Brunson has his own scoring ability. So there was more cases to go around last year. Like this year, it's like, no, Shea is definitely the guy. But again, it's like he is now throwing his name, I think, because maybe I'm starting to do the thing with the young talent where I'm projecting some of the playoff success on him. But I don't even necessarily feel like I'm projecting a title on OKC this year. Because again, like as ridiculous as that performance was, like Cleveland is good. Cleveland is much, I think, dangerous as home too as well. If Cleveland was to finish with a better regular season record than OKC and they were to meet in the finals, like that would, I think, be a pretty big advantage for the Cal. If it was a home season for OKC, I think they would kind of they'd take that one. I'd feel good about that, especially OKC in Game 7 in front of that home crowd. Great home. OKC home crowd, underrated. Maybe the best in the league. But I'm behind the San Antonio Spurs, of course. Spurs number 1. Especially peak Spurs. Because make no mistake, like, I don't think we're the biggest variance crowd in the league, but we are a little, especially over the tanking stretch. And that is to be fair. Like, we're the San Antonio Spurs. I think we hold ourselves to a high standard. We're one of the, what did Irsay say about the Colts? We're in the upper quartile. There's an upper quartile of winning teams, and we're in the top corner of that upper quartile. Like the Spurs are in the top corner of the upper quartile. The ceiling is the roof for the Spurs organization. So if they're losing a lot of games every year, there's definitely no need to get to the games. And especially last year, it was like, okay, or 2 seasons ago, I guess at this point, it was like, we know what the price, like, Wembanyama, like, be there for next season. Save a little money. Like, we're especially with Wemby, like, we know the tickets are going to start going up a little bit. The games are going to start getting a little pricier. Just maybe sit out the, Trey Jones led. So, again, shout out to the Trey Jones Spurs. But, maybe that's more of a league pass type viewing situation. So, and I guess every team can kind of go through when their team's not playing well. Like, OKC was a weird one because they had, when they weren't playing well, it's like, okay, well, Shea is still out there, and it's like he's a young talent. There's enough young talent, and they had Chris Paul that one year. Like, they, I guess, have never really been fully a bad team. They did get a little, I feel like if we went back and look, a little lottery luck jumping up. But, I mean, we can't say anything. The Spurs have also had their own lottery luck, and the OKC, they picked Jalen Williams at 7. So, you know what? When they don't get necessarily be the luckiest, they just pick the best player in the draft. And I guess they had Chet at 3 that year, but regardless, if they had just had 7, which I guess was 7 not their pick, 7 might not have been their, I don't remember which one was their pick that year. See, 3 might have not been their pick, and then they might have been the 17. I don't remember exactly how that worked, but it's like, yeah, they can still draft well from anywhere in the draft. But what were we saying about that, chat? I forget. OKC Cleveland home in a playoff series, but anyways, Shea, shout out. Great season. Oh, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about his shot making and where he's excelling in that. Because, again, he's not only just the best guard in the league, he's the most reliable shot maker and just the most, like, automatic watching it in the mid-range when you feel like it's going in. Because, like, Steph from 3, like, had that for a couple years at one point. And I was thinking about that for the 2010s. Like, who would it be? Because, again, like, in the 2000s, I feel like Shea could be that guy. He has a chance. He still would need to, I think he needs to win the MVP this year and do some stuff in the playoffs to just bulk up the resume a little bit. I'm projecting a little bit because you think, like, Doncic is, made some first-team All-NBAs. Like, Booker's been on some all-team, like, Curry as well, too, won a title. This year, Curry won a Finals MVP. Forget about what Doncic did, Curry might be still the number 1 guard of the first half of the 2020s. But, do we just say Brunson for turning around the Knicks in sacrificing the money, like Brunson might be the most beloved guard of this era. But just Shea is as definitely the number one most automatic. Maybe Brunson's post up kind of, it's close. That one's almost in there. Pause. That maybe is number 2 on the list. And I was thinking about Steph, like I was thinking about that compared to the Harden step back as well. Like that was pretty close for just, Steph taking a 3-pointer versus Harden getting to that package, because that was what Harden was going for, where Steph was going for getting shots, within the function of the offense. So he would get some of those off-ball looks and things like that. But maybe I was thinking about maybe Shea taking the belt from Harden in that aspect, and not that Harden has had it over the last couple of years necessarily, but again, just kind of in like a bigger picture decade kind of way. Because obviously for the 90s, it's Jordan. I think for the 2000s, you could bat around like Iverson and Wade and some guys, but it's like, okay, it's probably Kobe. If we're just like, who's the most generic top dog guy. But that's like the thing as well. Like when you become like an all-time great player, and then when you just become like the generic sort of name for that era. Because maybe even sometimes the generic name is not always the correct one. Like, I guess, and we were talking about guards too. I was going to start saying Kobe versus Tim Duncan again, but Tim Duncan's a forward, so stick to the position you were talking about. But, Kobe is, like, all those guys are still probably the number one spot. And, you could go, again, year for year, maybe as well, too, and go, oh, in this, like, little stretch, did Wade have it? Did Iverson have it? But it's like, no, Kobe has, like, the whole spot. Like, Curry has the 2010s. Like, I guess Curry, they won that first title in 14-15, so that really was, that last half of the decade as well, too. And in that first half of the decade, you do have, Wade with Miami, with LeBron, of course, as well. But just individually, some of the scoring stuff he was doing, 08, 09, he won a scoring title in that range, right? So first half of the decade, I guess, won the title as well, too, in 06. But, oh, no, we were talking about the 2010s, sorry. So I don't know if he won a scoring title in the 2010s. So I guess maybe, again, for full decade, we weren't necessarily arguing for Curry. I was thinking, I guess Kobe maybe squeaks into the 2010s then a little bit as well, because he would have won a couple of titles. Again, maybe right before that. But it would have been what? I guess it would have been Wade, because the Mavs won and then the Heat won those back to back, and then the Warriors started winning their title. And who won right before the Mavs? Was it the Lakers? Did they beat the Magic? The Lakers, and then Boston. It was Lakers, San Antonio, Lakers, or was it the Lakers back to back? See, Chad, it's like all those years are in there, but they're all on shuffle in our mind. I don't remember the exact order of the track list. Speaking of balloonerism, which, make no mistake, chat, if you guys tuned in, it's like, why is this guy ranting about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? Well, because we like watching basketball on the old REMINGTOM pod, and we've been watching Magic versus Celtics, which has nothing to do with Shea, but we were talking about some of the best teams in the league, and we eventually meandered to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. So make no mistake, we haven't forgot about Mac Miller. We have not forgot about balloonerism. We will be doing full-on reactions to the album in a little bit, but it is halftime right now for that game that we had just talked about. And I also, make no mistake, like we said, Timberwolves Knicks is the other game. So we're going to have to hit the old VPN for this one, which I heard somebody bring up the other day. And not necessarily in reference to League Pass, but just in terms of, I think they were talking about Netflix, and I don't know if they were talking about it, maybe Netflix is like wisening up to some of the VPN stuff. But if you put in, obviously, your VPN for these streaming services, you can get the stuff that's outside the region from your location. And I was thinking, like, oh, could I just do that with League Pass, where I just put in my, like, if I just want to watch the Timberwolves play, I just put in my location, like I'm in California. And, obviously, if I guess I haven't used like a VPN, so I don't know how easy it is to like switch around. for. Should we get sign up for a VPN, chat? I don't know if that's a little. If we should just let you know our data is floating out there VPN-less, but either way, like I don't know how easy it is to switch around those locations. I'm assuming pretty easy, but like, you know, just put it at like I'm not, you know, I'm in Cali and now all of a sudden the whole Midwest opens up, or you know, just throw it out in New York or something, and now Timberwolves are on the TV, Bulls are on the TV. I mean, not that we need to like hurry up to get the VPN to get the Zach LaVine Kobe White duo on the big screen, but you know, Anthony, it'd be nice to be able to throw Anthony Edwards on the TV every once in a while. Get to see, you know, what Rudy Gobert looks like in 4K. But I guess we probably actually need to get a 4K TV to see what that looks like. But they are winning going into the second half. We need to get this stream back up. The feds, leave us alone. We're just casually hanging out watching basketball. We're not disturbing anybody. And make no mistake, we're already giving the NBA money. It's not like, you know, I feel like if any, there needs to be a way, like a streamer, like for some of these, do we want to say illegal streamers? Chat, I guess we already did. You know, some of these sites, there needs to be a way that's like, you know, if you're giving some money to the NBA, like, do I get some priority? Like, can the feds not knock on my door first? I don't even, like, should we even be saying that? I mean, who cares? Like, everybody knows that everybody taps in to watch these sporting events in other ways, let's just say, you know? Back channels. Everybody's back channeling these sporting events. You know, I guess we're not going to give up the streets, chat. Nobody we know is doing it. But pause. But I'm just saying, I think it's common knowledge. Didn't they get LeBron once? He was on Stream East. Everybody's on Stream East, chat. Stream East is just like a business at this point. It's just a well-known business. It's literally just you know, it's just the X videos of the sports world. It's just out there. It's like people know about it. There's just a CEO, you know? There's like a board. There's an office. There's just like a Stream East office somewhere. And is there an office for those type of sites, chat? I never even thought about that. Do people just go into work? Like, obviously, you know, we're not talking about like the studios, but you know, is there like people like clocking in, like, you know, there's I you know, it's websites. So I'm guessing whatever, you know, process of keeping up a website, and then, you know, just the process of collecting ads and all that stuff. Like, I'm just sure there's people behind the scenes working on stuff in a location somewhere, and there's like a mailman that just is like, yeah, I deliver mail to the Pornhub building every week. It's just third floor. I get it. They probably don't have a floor, chat. They probably have the whole thing. It's like, yeah, 12. What would it be like? 69th Street. Deliver into the, you know, they big old delivery pause to the. I mean, how would you even do that, chat? You'd feel like you'd be getting set up to just for your own scene every time. I don't even know how you'd approach that. But either way, who are we talking about before that? Make no mistake, that'll definitely throw you for a loop and definitely make you forget what you were talking about. But somebody has an office that we weren't necessarily suspecting. So I guess just finish that and pause. Yikes. Complete that thought. That's also kind of crazy. But wherever that was going, hopefully it would have been good. And I guess we're into the third quarter as well, too. And maybe just a shorthanded Orlando. Boston, a little motivated after the Raptors game. It might not be enough, chat. Tatum's cooking tonight, 23. Tatum might have an earbud in. He's like, you can't hang your hat on anything for the Boston Celtics? It's Tatum and Brown, you fool. It's these two players that have just powered this team time and time again into the playoffs, to the conference championship, to the finals, being one of the top contending teams every year. But I'm just saying, Missoula also coaches like a certain style as well. I mean, you know, he's giving liberty to some of these other, you know, role players, some of these other pieces to be able to take as many shots as they do. Like, he's telling Derek White to put him up. But, you know, in the playoffs, maybe things get a little smarter as well. Like, you wouldn't be surprised. But, you know, you're not going to go away from your habits. These things are going to develop. They're going to take hold. I really want to know who had an office chat that we were not thinking of. I just can't remember. Who had an unsuspecting office? This is not good, chat. The Alzheimer's is setting in. It's just what it is. We've been made fun of it for years. The early onset, it's well known within our circle that we have early onset. It's impacted. It's definitely been a problem on several occasions. The problem is I have early onset, so I don't like have stories to be like the time I forgot something and it led to a disaster, which is probably good. It means that, you know, for the most part, now we're just fully jinxing ourselves, but you know, for the most part, we've been able to keep the Alzheimer's intact. See, like, I'm saying that right now, and there's probably it's like I post jinxed myself. Like, there's probably something that I did at work today, that I forgot to do, and now next time I go in, it's gonna be a problem. And I'll be like, see, like, now the Alzheimer's is this domino effect. Like, 4 people got fired. You know, who knows what's gonna happen? But and who knows, chat? We did get a complaint today. I think it was a psychotic person. There is a chance, because people said we were rude. Like, I'm not a rude guy. I'm a pretty chill, nice guy, I feel like, for the most part. But I feel like you get into these, you know, these jobs, chat, you just get into autopilot. And, you know, maybe we were just so monotone that it crossed over into attitude or something. But, or this, person was just fully a Karen. That's also, probably what it was. And the other problem is when a customer or somebody complains about, you having like a bad attitude or something. Well, it's like, well, now I'm upset. So the only way I'm approaching this now is like salty, and I can only think of you with a bad, like when we're talking, conversing, like when you're being brought up, it's just bringing out a bad attitude within me. Like I'm not gonna look good defending myself, because I'm gonna be having, I'm gonna be looking like the person that she's talking about. But it's like, now you've made me this upset. But I think, hopefully we're able to keep it under control. And the other problem is too, it's like, well, if I'm gonna get in trouble for going off on like a pause, whoa, if we're gonna get in trouble for going off on a customer, it could be in a couple other ways that might be more beneficial. But if there's anything that's gonna fire us, it would be what we just said. But but if somebody's gonna complain that we got mad at a customer, it's like, well, I could have just gotten mad then. It's like, well, what's the point? And fortunately, like I said, we're going back to this job, so at the end of the day, they got our backs. So you put in enough good graces over time. That's always our philosophy, chat. It's like, you just gotta make sure to just build up enough goodwill that when the bad things happen, it's like, okay, yeah, no, it's fine. It's chill. He's a good guy. I mean, it's the shot making thing. You got to make enough shots that, if you miss, you're like, yeah, he's Steph, man. He gets to take all the threes he wants. He's proven it. Shea, it's like, yeah, Shea can miss a couple of times. He's good. 14-2 run by Boston. They're now up by 19. So I don't know if they can just go ahead and start this Spurs-Grizzlies game now. But let's get to the Wemby-Ja rematch, chat. That has to be one of the most just anticipated now player matchups, especially after, unfortunately, the dunk that Ja put on Wemby the other night. And again, fortunately for Wemby, it didn't count, which I don't know if that hurt his attempt to block it or not, because the whistle was blown. Like, it was pretty clearly a dead play. And the thing is with Ja, like, Ja is just so easily athletic that, like, even as he's approaching the rim, and he doesn't need, like, he's so fast as well too, that the speed he needs to build up for a jump, like, he can run just so much faster than that. So he's not necessarily approaching the rim at full speed. I think he might have taken like a slow step or two and then kind of like went up for the dunk. And I don't know if that might have been just to throw him off as well too. I don't know if he's, giving up his tells and his ticks on his drive, like when the play's dead. But he may have eased up on, it may look like he eased up on the approach slightly and then kind of went for it again. And then I don't know if Wemby's, backing off because, again, it's a dead play. But, yeah, it's a tough highlight for a guy to see. Like, make no mistake. It'll be probably one of those jaw highlights. Again, even though it doesn't count, like, it'll just be on the reel. And it'll be like, yeah, that time that Ja did that to Wemby. Like, it's going to go down as one of the better dunks that didn't count. Like, I'm trying to think. I know Westbrook has had a couple. But, I mean, that would just be one of the most impressive poster dunks just in general. But the other thing with Wemby is, he's such a committed shot blocker that, I mean, Wemby's going to have a ton of highlights where he just gets dunked on. Because, again, he's committed to playing defense. He's committed to doing the right thing. And at the end of the day, like, he doesn't care. Which I'm actually grateful for. Like, I would rather Wemby get dunked on sometimes, or a lot of times. Like, to be honest, after watching Ja's athleticism versus Wemby, like, at this point, if Ja gets a look like that at Wemby at the rim, I probably think maybe 60-40, 70-30 that Ja's going to end up winning that matchup. Because, you watch that as well, too, Chet. And he, like, the way he pauses in the air and just kind of hangs in the air. Because he kind of out-hangs Wemby in a way. And he doesn't out-jump Wemby and dunk over him. He kind of, he dunks around him in a way, which is, pretty common for, like, a poster dunk. A lot of times you're not, jumping up over the guy and throwing it down on him unless, it's LeBron on Jason Terry, like a smaller guy like that. A reason why that highlight is so impressive because of the way he just elevates just fully up over, on top of him, pause, and slams it down versus, like, oh, he just didn't block it and that's my angle. Dunk it in on him. But he glides up, he gets Wemby in the chest, and he just pauses there for a second, and it's just enough to kind of control the ball and then dunk it in. And, like, to be honest, like, with his hang time, again, the hardest part for dunking for him has to be just controlling the ball. Because at this stage in his career, like, his athleticism, like, jumping is so easy. Again, the hang time is just ridiculous. I mean, it's got to be the best hang time in the league. And even maybe some, like, I'd have to go back and watch some of those peak Westbrook clips to, to remember a little refresher on peak Westbrook hang time. That might be a pause as well. But, explosiveness, like just the leaping ability, the power as well, too, that Westbrook would generate on some of these dunks. Like, Westbrook is definitely way more powerful of a dunker than Ja. But Ja just hanging in the air, maybe slightly more than Westbrook. I don't know if we need to get sports science to, like, what do you call it? Measure it, to time it out, and to see what the results would be. But, like, if you have his athleticism, then, to be honest, Wemby's size is just not going to be a problem. Like, I don't know if I'm just defending my guy Wemby, but, like, Ja might actually be more athletic than Anthony Edwards, like, just by a hair. Like, and again, I think I guess it's just what aspect of the athleticism are you looking at? Because Anthony Edwards, maybe he's a little more comparable to Westbrook. Like, maybe even a little stronger. Westbrook's pretty strong, though, chat. Like, it's tough. But just kind of in that powerful, explosive, big leaper. Whereas Ja, there's just a smoothness. He glides. It seems like he can be in the air forever and just contort his body however he needs and, finish any layup. He had that insane double reverse contort thing that he did against Houston the other night in that game. And, just an insane shot. Like, Ja, it's like Ja, okay, he has an upper hand versus Wemby in a dunk-off. I'll give Ja that. Anthony Edwards, too. He might be another one. And, maybe just like some of the dunker guys as well. Like if Derrick Jones Jr. caught a lob on Wemby, like, make no mistake, that would be a problem. And that one would look brutal as well because Derrick Jones is kind of gangly. Like Ja is definitely in that kind of gangly tier that Wemby is and Derrick Jones, where, the skinnier guys. But for his size, for his height, it's not as obvious as like Derrick Jones is like a real wingspan skinny thing going on for him, that if he threw a dunk down on Wemby, it would just be all arms and it would be like from a distance as well too. Like, I don't think it would be a close-up dunk. It would be almost a thrunk, but like he still is able to get rim and just really reaching out there and putting it down. And maybe the lob was like really high, so he had to like really go back and just bam throw it down. Like now I don't know why we just started cucking our guy Wemby out on these dunks, but I'm just saying Derek Jones would be a problem in a leap off versus Wembanyama. But yeah, Wemby's gonna need to get some revenge on Ja tonight. But again, like I'm saying, if Ja's playing, I don't know, is it time for a Ja injury? Has it been 4 or 5 games yet? But if Ja's playing tonight and he's good to go, and he gets a clear lane, transition, down the paint or just off a screen or something, like he's probably gonna get Wembanyama again a couple times. That might, to be honest, it might be like a storied thing, the Wemby Ja thing. And has there been like a dunker blocker battle like that, chat? Because I'm trying to think. I guess in at least our, I say our, but like my time, I mean like me and Sam's era of watching basketball, just in our lifetimes. Like I can't think of a shot blocker and a dunker that necessarily had a rivalry. Or it's like, oh, what would happen if these guys meet at the rim? I guess there have been, great shot blockers, great dunkers, but like I guess like Dwight Howard and Nate Robinson, like did they had a rivalry in the dunk contest? It's like a big man guard combo, but is there a highlight package of Nate Robinson like just dunking it on Dwight Howard in game? Like Dwight Howard's been dunked on a couple times. I mean, Chris Paul dunked on Dwight Howard. Like, make no mistake, it happens. The Chris Paul Dwight Howard dunk is one of my favorite dunk highlights. That would be a top 10 Rem and Sam, I guess Rem dunk highlight of all time, because of just how chaotic it is that Chris Paul's throwing down a dunk, but he's like really springy on that play too. Like you got to really get up there to. It's got to be an impressive dunk to be able to, of course, dunk it on Dwight Howard. Make no mistake. But definitely one of the faves that I love watching. But, I can't think of like a guy that he had a thing with like that. Or, maybe like, Jordan did the finger wag on Mutombo. So there maybe is like, I want to say maybe is there like a little Jordan Mutombo thing that may have happened. But he was also, in the West, I think, for a while. I don't know his full timeline of teams, but I think he was drafted by the Nuggets and played for them for quite a bit. So I know, he was in Atlanta, he was in Philly. He definitely would have been in the Eastern Conference, but I don't know how that would have aligned with him in like a playoff series versus Jordan. Pippen had the big dunk on Patrick Ewing, and there was definitely, it was a little Bulls-Knicks stuff, but it was more like Pacers-Knicks was the real team rivalry, and Reggie Miller wasn't necessarily throwing down massive posters on the Knicks guys. So I'd have to think like Dr. J Kareem. Like, Dr. J has that infamous highlight of him like swooping around the rim. I think Kareem's the one trying to block it, right? When Dr. J just has that iconic reverse layup. I'm always just, of course, in awe of Dr. J, just staring at Dr. J as he just swoops in around the Lakers defenders. So I just have no idea who's trying to guard him. I think it might be Michael Cooper and Kareem, though, which is just another reason why it's like Dr. J is crazy, because these are just two of the greatest defenders of all time, and he's just gracefully just right under the basket, laying it in. But makes me want to go watch that highlight, chat. That is, if we're talking about like the copyright, the welcome to the NBA, if you're just NBA 101 for a new person, like these are the essential highlights to watch, like the Dr. J reverse layup. I mean, come on. You can't not throw that in there. And I was thinking about that as well today, too, because thinking about a lot of stuff today, chat. It was not a slow day, but maybe makes sense why it was kind of a rough day. We were not on our game today, chat, at work. Make no mistake. We should not have been thinking about NBA Season 1, starting the NBA, watching the NBA in Season 1. But it's just what we were doing. We were thinking about Shea. We were thinking about George Mikan. Like, it just, the mind gets occupied. I don't know if... serving tables, chat, just does not apparently occupy the same brain space that Tim Duncan does. But I was watching another one. You get, the algorithm, it sends you the same stuff all the time. So you just get people recreating the same things. I was getting another one of those reels of, the new NBA fan who's watching the NBA from Season 1. Like, my friend just got into the NFL and he's starting in Season 1. Here's some Walter Camp highlights. Like, Remember, here's my 25-year-old friend watching Don Hudson on the couch because now he's in season 3 of the NFL. Like, it's one of those reels. But I was thinking about, like if you did have a kid chat, like obviously, you're going to watch like all of the normal, the games week to week because you're not going to want to miss those. So those are just going to be on. But, you're going to be committed to the NBA every night if you have a family chat. I don't think we need to explain that necessarily, but it would be interesting if like you kind of approached it that way with them, where you were just like, yeah, and what instead of showing them like the kids shows, like what if you're just like, yeah, we're just gonna watch the NBA in season 1. Like, would you just like have this prodigy Stephen A. Smith on your hands, who's like, yeah, this guy's just been he started in season 1 at 3 years old, and we made it to. By the time this kid was 10, he watched the entire history of the NBA through 3 times. Like, he just keeps binging sports because it's like, were you a Nickelodeon or a Disney Channel kid? He's like, no, I was Hardwood Classics, NBA TV and NFL Network. And I mean, make no mistake, Chad, that sounds like a great childhood. But I'm just saying, like, and it's not even like a brainwash. Because, we've all thought about brainwashing kids, Chad. We've all thought about, telling them. Shout out to the All Fantasy Everything, of course, of course, my favorite pod of all time. But they had a bit from one of their old pods where they were like, what if you just told your kid like giraffes weren't real for their whole lives, and then 18 years old, like take them to the zoo, and you might be like, well, they can't go 18 years without thinking that giraffes are real. But like, could you extend that out for as long as possible, and then take them one day and then show them a giraffe, and then it's like, whoa, like giraffes are really, just and like try not to do like obviously like a harm, or not, brainwashing our kids in a real way, but like, could you do like just like a fun, is there like a real extreme bit that you could pull on their ignorance, and that's, I mean, don't cancel us for that, chat. That can go a lot of different directions. We're talking about giraffes, and just we're not, keep it light, chat. Keep your minds out of the gutter. But like, could you do those type of things? But like, could you influence them in a way? Make no mistake, chat. We're trying to get a kid to the league. That's really what it is. It's like just this prodigy GM who's like, yeah, I just know all these different ways to like put together a team because he's just seen every version of a team that's ever existed and just has all the seasons of the NBA memorized. I don't know. I don't know if that's what's the right word, chat? Liable? That's not the right word. Reliable option? Viable. I don't know if that's a viable option, but maybe it'll work. Because, if they're young, it's like, if they just, one day, like, consciousness just hits them. You know how it is, chat. Like, it just clicks it. Like, you're just like, oh, yeah, the day I was born, and then, like, things started happening at, like, 5 years old, 6 years old, or whatever. Like, if you're just like, oh, yeah, consciousness exists, and we're in season 6 of the NBA. And, like, what would that do to a kid's psyche for making him a basketball fan? I guess we do want to brainwash them to be big basketball fans. It is what it is. Obviously, we want them to just naturally like. You want anybody to just naturally like basketball, but you'd want anybody in your that's gonna be in your life for a long time to want to throw on a Spurs game as well. So either way, chat. If you haven't started in the NBA season 1, maybe I think you could probably skip the first couple of seasons. To be honest, I'm not saying they're not good. I just don't know if they're as essential to the storyline as you need. I think most people would say if you're going to start watching the NBA, start watching in, how many years was it when Magic and Bird came into the league? Like 25, 30? That's 79 season. Like, start watching in the 79 season. If you picked it up in 79, 80, the first Magic, first Bird, started from there, and then, you're into Jordan by 84 draft, 4 or 5 seasons, Jordan's in the league. Your Kareem is, you still get that peak Kareem. So obviously, you're going to miss out on all Russell, Chamberlain, Baylor. Nah, forget it, Chet. You got to go back and watch those old school black and white days. You got to watch the guys with the Converse and the no 3-point lines and Bob Cousy. I feel like you could rip through those games pretty easily, too. Did they have the problems with the end of game stuff that we have now? Where, a fan now would be like, I'm getting to these later seasons and I'm just fast forwarding all these fourth quarters because it's just free throws and dead ball inbounding situations and timeouts and reviews. And it's just, 35 minutes of non-basketball action to get to these last 15 seconds of game time. Like, it's gonna be a lot of clicks on the old, I guess it's not remote anymore, chat. It's, a lot of taps on the old phone. But yeah, I feel like maybe, and the pace as well too, like some of the offense back in those days, like you're gonna get pretty crazy scoring. Again, you're getting like absolute legends that played the game. I mean, guys that I think you could potentially watch them and go, and a new basketball fan, like as the more you watch it, the more stuff that you see and see how stuff goes, like the more respect you would develop for certain things that you do see. So would a new basketball person be able to watch a guy like Elgin Baylor and be like, well, I can see how that's impressive then, but also go, oh man, like Baylor could do these things that would be, like, man, this guy would be awesome today as well too. Of course, like Bill Russell, like put him in today, like look at all these things he could do. He would just be like the shot blocking and the spacing you could put about around Bill Russell, and especially him as a teammate. I'm sure there's passing and IQ stuff that he would be able to do at the top of the key, and maybe he gets some kind of little, like, who knows what his full shot making package would look like in the modern day as well too, if he came up, like what his offensive game would look like. But I mean, just defensively, what he would be able to do, you just think would be crazy. And you go, oh, like, I mean, like, would he be able to guard Wembanyama? Like, who knows? But like, I mean, the man would be one of the most impact. Like, unfortunately, shout out, rest in peace, Bill Russell. But we can't even finish that sentence, Chad. Bill Russell's, sorry, Wemby. We love you, Wemby. Of course, Wemby's our guy. Wemby's, go to the grave with Wembanyama. But Bill Russell, we can't put Wemby. We can't even joke around about Wemby being better than Bill Russell. Bill Russell's untouchable, Chad, as one of the top guys in the league. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how they would be able to translate all the different stuff, but it's like the guys you would be watching, the star players you would be watching. I mean, they're impressive athletes. There's impressive things to see, and it's still, good basketball. I over the summer do that all the time, Chad. I mean, I know that's not a surprise. Paul's only do it all the time, but I mean, throwing on old games is great. There's the Roku channel has like, oh, this is how you know we're just degenerates. That we found the NFL Network on Roku channel, and we're like, I'm going back. I found my thing. But I mean, they just play old games, old highlights. There's like an old NBA channel. I forget, it's like Roku or Pluto, one of those. But if I open enough tabs, I can find it eventually. But it's all just old classic. I think it was Roku channel, back before the actual big TV broke. Just throwing on Roku channel with the am I the only person saying that I like throwing on Roku channel? But they had that NBA channel, and you'd watch those hardwood classic games, and it would just be like, Gary Payton versus Charles Barkley, and then right into Gilbert Arenas versus Steve Francis. I don't even know if those two guys played against each other, but Gilbert Arenas versus Kobe, and then it's Dennis Johnson versus Wes Unseld. Like, it's just all over the place, and it's great. Love to see it. Gotta love the NBA. But when we come back, chat, let's take a quick break, and then we better actually react to balloonerism. The Celtics are out of control right now. It's fourth quarter. Wemby and Ja will be on in a second. So make no mistake. I mean, NBA. Hopefully you guys were here for Mac Miller, actually, because you guys know that NBA is what is on. But of course, we've got NBA, and we've got Mac Miller on the other side of the break. Coming up next. Okay, chat, we are back, and it is time. Mac Miller dropped another album. Shout out, of course, to the legend. Rest in peace. But Balloonerism, we get another one from our guy. And, of course, shout out as well, too, to just, whoever, because I'm not exactly certain of, the names of the people that, there's like the producers and stuff, but, it also just goes beyond, the album as well, too, however, and maybe this is something that I actually just need to research and look into. This is one of those things that I actually never thought about giving this the Google search until right about now, but just how these posthumous albums actually are fully released. Cause of course it goes to the estate, but it just, you throw these vague terms out there, but the actual, how things get passed down, who are the people making the decisions. And, obviously it probably varies depending on, depending on the aftermath of the events of, who's able to control certain stuff. And I'm sure the relationships of the people that have these certain things, from individual to individual, vary. I'm sure it's not all the same from Tupac to Mac Miller to Juice to all this different stuff. Maybe it has different processes, labels and stuff that are involved. And, speaking of labels, this was another one as well, too, because this is just the least researched music reaction pod out there, chat. Make no mistake. This is just you guys know we literally just react. We have fun. We have a good time. Is our Zoom still going? I just had a thing pop up on the Zoom. Okay, wait. I think we're okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. I think we're still good to go. But we just react. It's like the games chat. We're the only basketball pod that just doesn't watch the news. It's we just watch the games and go, wait a second, Karl Towns is out tonight? What's going on? Huh? Oh, wait a second. Anthony Black's balling out now? That looks pretty fun. But I know that this was an album, obviously, that he had worked on beforehand, which is, I think, important as well, too, obviously, to the overall success of the album, because, nobody's going to be able to replicate the artist's vision like what the actual artist was able to do. So, as good as some, posthumous albums have been able to be for the course of guys' careers, the best ones that are released posthumously are the ones usually that still had creative influence from the person involved. And I guess I'm not exactly certain was this album fully made beforehand and just not released, or was it, or were there are pieces of it obviously made and then finalized by various people. But I know that some of the material from this dates all the way back to it says 2013, 2014. Yeah, so he recorded it between those 2 years around the time of his mixtape, Faces was released. The album was released on, of course, today / last night, January 17th, 2025, in reference to Balloonerism. And, makes sense, of course, aesthetically, sonically, all that stuff, definitely, right in the lane with what he's doing with Faces. So, yeah, I think the quality that this album is definitely you would definitely see that it would definitely make sense that Mac Miller himself would have created this album. And I know that this album was in the lore for, the Mac Miller behind the scenes fans, the Mac Miller stans, I guess. This was one of the albums that has been highly sought after for a long time, but I guess it was apparently too controversial to release, which is kind of crazy. Obviously you go through the album and it's Mac Miller, make no mistake. He's not going to be, beat around the bush with his, with how he talks about his substance abuse and with his problems and with what he's going through mentally. He's just going to tell you how he feels, and he's going to tell you what he's going through, and he's going to be super honest and super open and super vulnerable. And obviously, to be honest, that's one of the reasons that his music is so great. It's just because it's, Mac Miller, he's just literally just bearing everything out there for you in a lot of his music. And I guess again, I don't know how edited this would be to make this something where the label would be like, okay, this is something we're good with, or if it just got to the point where, it's like, okay, now it's time in sort of the Mac Miller timeline that it's like, okay, yeah, you guys can actually put this one out. Does it say anything about... I guess it doesn't say anything here on the Wikipedia page, if in like exact details about what the thing would be with the label. And I'm not exactly certain. That was just stuff that I was reading as well too. But for me, what he's able to do in the 2-album run from Swimming to Circles is, and there's an accessibility as, and, again, like we're saying with Mac Miller, like, there's an honesty with his music that is just going to be there the entire time. But, obviously maybe the accessibility with some of those albums are maybe a little bit more there. But, I honestly don't know why this one would be a problem. I guess would I have to go back and look through the lyrics of all the songs? Again, like he's definitely, like raw, pause, open and honest about a lot of the stuff here. I guess, are we going to get a live update on the Mac Miller streaming numbers right here on Spotify? Like, can we get the Genius for the first song? Like, I don't know why Mac Miller talking about drugs would be different than anybody else. And now our stream's going to get flagged by a label, chat. Oh, I guess we probably should be more specific. What are we looking for, chat? DJ chord organ. Jeez. Okay. And featuring SZA, shout out. Which has to be, maybe his most mainstream feature. That's got to be one of the best just aged well features of all time. Because, SZA in 2014 was definitely, she was definitely a star, chat. When did Z drop? What year? Because Control was what, like 2017, 2018? Control was, 2017, June of 2017. And Z was released, in 2014. April of 2014. So around the time that this was all recording. So, definitely like early on in the career. So, the star potential was being felt. Like she had moved into a point where she was, debuting these solo albums. But, you just never know, chat. Like, and it's not even that she's just maintained, mainstream success. It's that SOS is, potentially an all-time R&B album. Maybe just in terms of an album quality standpoint, like maybe should have won best. Just again, it's all subjective. Like maybe that's our opinion. Like I know that's what me and Sam probably would have voted for. Definitely of the list that it was available. It's like, maybe for us it's the most biased no-brainer possible just in terms of our rotations. But, just in terms of the general field as well that year too for 2022, it would be hard to say that this was not the best one. Again, considering that it would go quality-wise against some of the, at least again in terms of my rotation. I can't just judge my rotation in terms of the all-time list. But, for what SOS and where she's moved to in terms of the mainstream power. 12th right now in streaming. In the streaming rankings for Spotify. 12th overall. Top 15 is pretty crazy. Is she over Kendrick right now? Not to turn into academics and start. They're 12th and 13th. So, really close. I guess there are more. Are we just going to start stereotyping, chat? There are more ladies than there are guys. But, I think the guys are bumping SZA as well, too. That's what we're saying. I guess we're just saying that all the ladies are not bumping Kendrick, but the ladies are bumping Kendrick now. Everybody's bumping Kendrick. So I guess more people are just, is it Kill Bill is just carrying her above Kendrick at this point? Is that just the most streamed song between the two of them? And if you look at, I was looking at, again, the daily Spotify streaming stuff, and Lana was like double what GNX was. And I was like, whoa. So maybe it's impressive that, maybe it speaks to Kendrick's total catalog at this point, that, you know, he would be one spot behind her, when maybe it would be, there's one project where it's like, okay, that would be, because you think with what GNX, like Lana, that Lana SOS might be streaming daily, like what Kendrick is catalog is streaming. But then again, it's like maybe that's what people are streaming for a majority out of her catalog. So, you know, either way, 12th to 13th, shout out. Pretty obviously impressive. But let me see, who else am I not thinking of? Obviously, he had Schoolboy Q on Faces. And Schoolboy Q, a star back in the day. Earl Sweatshirt, Vince Staples, both on that album. He didn't have any features on Swimming or Circles. Oh, I guess, of course, I guess Ariana Grande in Divine Feminine. And he had Kendrick on that album as well, too. So Kendrick and SZA both. But he had Kendrick in 2016 as well. So that would have been after T-Pap. So I guess maybe that would have been... Well, I guess, obviously, you know, Ariana Grande in the moment would have been the biggest collaboration that he did. Yeah, because he was really no features on his studio albums. And, you know, shout out to Chevy Woods from Paper Route. DJ Bonix, but just not quite putting up the numbers that SZA is doing. So I guess I'm trying to think too of like other, because it's not just like like a posthumous album of, you know, the maybe the Juice WRLD of the songs like put together or whatever, make the collection. Like this was a project that was already kind of worked on and just kind of took this long to release. And you think like, I guess Travis, you know, had his mixtape from a decade ago get released on streaming this year, but that was already out. People were listening to it, and you know, now it's in the rotation in a different way. But you know, again, it's not like it wasn't available to the public to be consumed. It's not like that wasn't, you know, in the culture as a thing as well. Like that was definitely, you know, for the Travis fans, like a major part of his library, and you know, people from that era as well too, finding that album and, you know, that whole SoundCloud movement. And, you know, especially now that album sort of reemerging from that movement and putting up the numbers that it did, like, kind of shows you its importance. But, yeah, shout out the SZA stock. And I was looking at clips as well, too, from back around that time of him and SZA performing together. And he was talking about, you know, how the talent that she was. And, like, I think the quote was something about how, like, she doesn't even realize how talented she is. And it's like, yeah, I mean, the 10 years run that she's had since, I guess they've made this collaboration from when they finally dropped is pretty crazy. So is this outside the single the most streamed one right away? I would imagine. And the single, I think, did that only get released like a week ago? A couple weeks ago? Maybe 2 or 3? But, of course, I mean, its quality alone is worth the replay value. But, you know, the Mac Miller fans are going to eat that up as well, too. I guess we're not saying that like we're not a Mac Miller fan. I'm just saying we can't say that we're just paying respect to, like, the real, you know, hardcore Mac Miller fans. Oh, that's just going to... I don't know why we just... made the same mistake again, chat. Either way. Yeah, shout out. But the single's great as well, too. It is probably the best song on the album. Probably the most, like, is Happy the right term? Like the lightest song on the album. Definitely the most, like, I don't know if would DJ Head say it's a slap, maybe a bop. I don't know what the right term for this. DM us, chat. REMINGTOM on Instagram. Figure out what the right term for this single is. But also got the feature from the alter ego, Delusional Thomas. Great name. You know, Kill Edward, of course, up there for alter egos as well. I don't think anything will actually top, like, alter ego names. I don't think anything will actually top Larry Fisherman. It's just great that, like, to have an alter ego name as, like, an actual name. Because, again, like, even, like, Delusional Thomas, Kill Edward, like, those are, you know, there's, like, a name, and, like, nobody's name would probably actually be, like, Kill Edward. Like, would anybody's... DM us, again, if your name is actually, like, Delusional, or if you have Kill in your name, let us know. And I guess, you know, not like Killian or anything like that. And then like, oh, I go by Kill, but my name's Killian. Like, no, is like that actually, did somebody actually name you Kill? And Kill, I guess, you know, DM us if your name is Kil too. I guess DM us if your name is Killian. We'll say what's up. We're, you know, I guess DMs are open to anybody. But, you know, I guess what we're looking for is, we're curious if anybody's name is actually, you know, Kill. But we probably said that too many times. YouTube is like, what kind of stream is this? What are these radicals talking about over here? But, or yeah, again, if your name is Delusional as well. Delusional. Is there a Delusional out there? Thomas, who knows? But, like, just to be like, oh yeah, I'm Mac Miller, but I'm also just Larry Fisherman on the side. It gets me every time, chat. That's a knee slapper for sure. But shout out to the Delusional Thomas. So I guess, yeah, Dylan Reynolds in Mannequin. And I guess, you know, Rick Rubin. I guess, you know, Thundercat too as well. You know, producers. Do those count as features necessarily? I guess it does if it's Metro Boomin. But apparently not if it's Rick Rubin. So I kind of like that, you know, the faces got... when did that get put on DSPs? 2021? Yeah, it's listed on DSPs on 2021, but is that that's not just like a deluxe as well too, right? Some kind of extra thing. Yeah. Yeah, released for download in 2014, but commercially released, yeah, on streamings and on vinyl on in 2021. So I kind of like though that it did get reissued sooner like that, because I don't know, just kind of like having them both stacked close together in the streaming catalog, because you know you can like reissue on the old date as well too. Like when like the Rodeo re-upload is the old date, and you know obviously all the old music, like you know Spotify wasn't around. I mean Spotify wasn't around even in 2008 or whatever, but definitely not when is Beethoven on Spotify. I think Mozart has a Spotify page. Like it's not like he was able to upload right when he dropped that symphony, but just the fact that it's kind of stacked close together, because obviously the albums are the same as well too, so you just kind of see the progression through the full thing. Because again, like the Swimming, Circles, I guess even like the Good AM, Blue Slide Park, Mac Miller, consistent brander. You love to see it. If there's anything if there's anything the REMINGTOM pod loves, it's just consistent branding, man. You love to be able to just throw the albums up in a, like you could put Swimming and Circles and Good AM in Blue Slide Park in a little 4-album square, or Macadelic, whichever one, however you want to assemble the similar colors. But now it's like the faces, Balloonerism, put them all together, it makes sense. But and he always makes such a great project as well too. I know you get the 58-minute listed, but that last track's like 11 minutes, so you're really looking at like a classic, like that 45, kind of that peak range as well. And again, just Mac Miller's lyricism and his just his expression and his openness on all these tracks, it's going to keep you engaged the entire time. So, did we just say album of the year already, chat? At this point, I guess I don't know what else. Nothing else has really dropped at this point. But if it had, it would have been. It would, be hard to top Balloonerism. So I know, of course, the reissue mixtape from 2014 is not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not for the conversation of. Once we start getting into the Central C and the Weekend, are we going to start being like, is it better than Balloonerism? Like, no, this is Mac Miller's project from back in the day that we're getting now to enjoy. Finally on DSPs, finally released to the public. We finally get the whole thing, from start to finish. Pause. Crazy. Sorry. Sorry, Mac Miller. We didn't mean it like that. Do people just call him Mac Miller? If we were just hanging out, we'd be like, hey, what's up, Mac Miller? How you doing, Mac Miller? But shout out. And of course, it had us going back, bumping the old stuff. It's it's tough, and especially like now, especially with Juice as well. I don't know, there's something I don't know if it's just the teen years, chat, but it's not even that. It's not even like, oh, you just get so depressed. Like, I'm sure, some people needed the music. I'm just saying for us anyways. It's, some people needed Mac Miller's music in a different way. Like, just in general for music, I think we've always been more production based. So it's like, yeah, his production, shout out Larry Fisherman, he's always on point with his beats. So, I mean, you could just listen to Mac Miller on a production value and get major entertainment out of that. And again, that's why some of the stuff with, like Circles where you get like a Blue World on there, you're going to get, some more maybe upbeat stuff from the production standpoint where, again, if we're just like talking production, maybe the vibe of this, an album like Balloonerism, maybe a little more, laid back to say the least, chat. But, it's interesting to like revisit some of this stuff. And I guess not that, guys like Kendrick and Tupac aren't necessarily, addressing difficult themes in a way. But, I guess for us, like for me anyways, sometimes I gotta stop speaking for Sam. 2025 New Year's resolution. But for me anyways, like sometimes some like the Mac Miller, like I'm saying, like with Juice now, like some of that type of content can kind of fall out of the rotation a little bit. I don't know. Are we just going for good vibes in 2020? Again, Mac Miller is always good vibes, but I guess are we just going for like the aux songs, the car jams in 2025? But especially just like getting back. I was listening back to Circles. I was like, man, this is already. I was already starting to think about that too. Like, speaking of not ranking Mac Miller albums, I was thinking about that for best albums of the 2020s already, and I guess that one. January 17th, 5 years ago today as well, 2020. So, imagine just the first major album released of the decade is, arguably the best project, but it was definitely in the mix. I mean, if you're looking at just other hip hop albums in that range, you're going to get, the top albums from this year, obviously still kind of have to work their way in that range with, like we were saying, with Blue Lips and We Don't Trust You and Doechie's album. But, if you're looking at Mac Miller next to Denzel Curry, next to Metro Boomin, next to JID, next to Freddie Gibbs, like, I mean, Tyler, the Creator, like, I mean, you can make the case for, that project over any of them. But shout out. This is going to be, again, another one to just play the full project. And that's what's great about Mac is Mac Miller. It's just playing the full albums. Getting that complete project that is just that's worth your time, chat. Mac Miller is always going to be worth the time. So a 10 out of 10 project. And shout out to John Talks Music as well too. That's a page, of course, that we follow here, and we definitely look up to what he's doing over with his content. And, we definitely hope he calls in at some point. We've used up our one Instagram DM, so we'll just wait and see what happens. If you're watching, Jaw, send us, I guess, respond to our DM. But, he's always done a great job of highlighting what the people responsible for Mac Miller's, career at this point have been able to do. Because again, it becomes a tricky thing where, there have been other artists where you get to, you start dropping certain projects and it's like, okay, are you trying to, like what is the goal here? Honor the artist's legacy? Is it, maybe something a little more personal than that? Like, it's tough to throw accusations around as well too. And, it's tough, again, like, to create a project for an artist without the artist to actually create what their vision would be. Again, not that this is what that is, but just in general for this type of stuff, like, that can just be definitely a tricky thing. But I mean, once again, delivering us another great project, again, as like a project that he had worked on that hadn't been released yet, and not kind of that posthumous compilation type thing. Like, who knows even just how many more, studio albums and stuff we'll get from Mac Miller at this point. Because, I don't know. Again, the Mac Miller stands would have to really update me on if he has any other unreleased things like this in the pipeline. And again, this one's to enjoy right now. It's not to immediately be like, well, I guess, we're just never going to get anything else again. But, again, just to highlight the enjoyment for this one, it's just like, you definitely have to savor the project at this point, because, like we're saying, the experience of, being able to listen to him and be able to hear, just to hear the new thing for that first time, to be able to hear a song that he made for the first time, because that's just an undervalued thing, chat. And maybe it's not necessarily undervalued, but you get, like, you replay a song so much than you hear it the first time. Like, that's just a one-time thing versus, like, literally the rest of your life. And songs and artists and albums and all these things can impact your life in different ways, and they can become attached to moments, and they become like real special things in real parts of your life. But just that initial first reaction, it's even, I don't know, it's even different than, obviously it's different than watching a movie. Like, they're all sort of different things. I can't necessarily say it's better or worse, music just in general, because like, you see a funny movie for the first time, just like the pause, but the hardness at which you laugh, I guess the aggressiveness, is there a better way to put it? Just like how much you laugh at like a funny movie, like the first time you see it, is, another just like super, I guess anything funny, just like that first time you see it, like, that's another hard pause. Kind of like an emotional, that's like one of the peak emotional things, that you can experience as well. But, listening to just that new song and just hearing a new song that you really like for the first time, and, just when it hits you that, like, oh, this is something that's going to be in the rotation. This is something that is, and maybe it's, you kind of get that, maybe that like flash forward feeling a little bit with that stuff, where you're like, oh, this is going to be in those moments. We're like, oh no, there are going to be car drives, and there's going to be nights where, and there already are, obviously, with, a guy like with Mac Miller, with all these artists that you really love, where you go, oh yeah, this is going to be a part of it. Like, it's like GNX for the first time. You're like, oh yeah, there's going to be, it's like, oh, these, book it next summer, like every car ride this winter, like, GNX is going to be in rotation. Like, Chromacopia, it's like, around the house, Chromacopia, it's going to be on. Like, lock it in. We don't trust you. Car, all these car rides. Like we're saying, we're going for we're going for the bangers this year, chat. We're trying to get the radio hits, the rap caviar. But, you just like know, like, right away when it's good, pause. But, you can project like, oh yeah, this is going to be that staple, and this is going to be evolved. And, to be able to at least, of course, experience that at least one last time. Can we just romantically describe listening to a Mac Miller album, chat? How would a man describe the Mac Miller album, chat? It was good. Enjoyed it. We're gonna have to start upping the protein powder dosage, chat. getting a little too sappy about this Mac Miller stuff. But either way, I did want to make this take about Mac Miller. I don't know if this one will fly, but I do think that Mac Miller is. I mean, is he the best white rapper of all time, chat? And I know, like, what's like, whoa, wait a second. I know we all love Mac Miller, but, if we're making like a ranking, respectfully, you're probably gonna put Eminem as the best white rapper of all time. And I'm not saying, that might not be true, if that's, what you wanted to say about Eminem. But I just has Eminem at this point like transcended has he like transcended whiteness, chat? I don't know if this is we can't necessarily claim Eminem for other cultures. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying like Eminem feels like he's better than us, chat. In a way, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like he's sort of earned some stuff that maybe our side of the culture, maybe we're just not privy to. But and you know what? Maybe Mac Miller, I don't know who is the greatest white rapper of all time. Because that's like a different list. There's like the greatest white rapper of all time, but then there's like the greatest white rapper of all time. Like I don't know if Mac Miller is a white rapper. Like, because well, again, we can only speak for ourselves. So I guess for our viewing, like for us, of course, I mean, we'd love to claim him, obviously. He would really help add our talent. But the portrayal of white culture in music, chat, and I'm not even the guy to like talk about what white culture, like I'm just too dumb to even know what white culture is. Like I guess I don't know if that makes me too white or what, but I don't even know. And I don't know if that's just how bland white people are. Maybe that's white culture. Maybe white culture is blandness. I never thought about that. But there's definitely some good music. Like, you get Frank Sinatra and Beethoven. It's definitely great. And, like we're saying, you get a Mac Miller and Eminem every once in a while. It's great. But you think about, like, I mean, this is going to get crazy, chat. But, I mean, think about, well, I guess it goes another way. But, like, think about how white guys are stereotyped in the NBA. Like, maybe bland is not necessarily how you would say it. Maybe it would be, like, fundamental. But, the subtext of fundamental would kind of be bland. Like, it would be, that he's going to be a good three-point shooter. Maybe, pass the ball. He's not necessarily going to try to, I guess, again, we don't want to start, saying whatever. But, again, it's just going to be like three. And maybe it's not even a play style. Maybe it's like literally like kind of how the guy looks as well too. I like the 3-point stance and all, like the real textbooky type stuff. Like maybe there's a real vibe to kind of how a white guy might play the game. And make no mistake, like I think some white guys are getting cool, chat. There's some cool white guys now. I think like Tyler Hero, but Tyler Hero's also only getting rapped about by other white guys in songs. So maybe, I don't know how, it's just white culture, just incest. But maybe white culture is blandness. So when these guys like transcend blandness, it's like, well, I guess they're not speaking to white culture anymore. So it's like, yeah, Mac Miller. I mean, have you ever heard this guy sample a beat? Like, I guess we can't even say that Mac Miller is the best white rapper of all time. Because I was just trying to make the case that Mac Miller was, just the best of, just gonna make just hype, best case. You gotta start making best case of all time, chat, for, everything. So, if we can just say like Eminem is just like in his own tier of something, then maybe that leaves the lane open for Mac Miller. Because make no mistake, once you get past Eminem and Mac, I guess, there's, what do you get, like G-Eazy? Shout out. The champ always has G-Eazy's back when we're talking about that. And, like Jack Harlow has, some hits and stuff. Like, the man's popular. So, And I think he does have some, like, I think he's pretty talented as well, too. Like, I think you can't say that the man's not a talented rapper. Like, I don't know if, I mean, he definitely leans more pop. And that can definitely be a thing as well, too, that happens with the white rapper is they go pop. Which, I don't know if that gets us in trouble with some other rappers that are currently in court right now by saying that. But, like Post Malone. Like we're gonna say what Post Malone's the third best white rapper of all time. Macklemore, like if we're talking hip hop, we say I guess Post Malone was hip hop, back in the day. White Iverson, White Iverson's hip hop, but Posty is like there's like variants, like there's a hip hop Posty, but right now we're just in country Posty. There's rock star Posty, like he can just take shape in all these different forms, but if we're going to say Logic is like Logic might act, well, Logic, I guess Logic is not like all white, right? Logic is, I guess saying the N-word in his music. So, I guess we can't say that he's a white rapper, but, who would even be on the list next after, if we were just, who would be even better than on Logic's level, like if we were just saying Logic tiered talent. Who would even be on that level, chat, of a guy? I guess, is Macklemore has had, maybe more commercial. What would be the commercial success for Macklemore to Logic? I feel like the Heist and his hits on the Heist is probably kidding, but Macklemore had that not EXO Tour Life, that what, Suicide Hotline, or not Logic. Logic had that. Yeah, that 1-800's at 1 billion streams. But after that, right now, his Spotify, the little 5 they have on Spotify on his page, Homicide with Eminem, the greatest 3/4 white rap song of all time. That's like 500 mil. Every Day is at 500 mil. Ballin' 200 mil. Perfect's at 142. So, it's not 142. That's at 142, man. That's great. But, Macklemore, I think, is at what? Thrift Shop's at like 2 bill. So Thrift Shop alone's probably, or no, Can't Hold Us is at almost 2.7 billion streams. So that alone probably, again, that probably has as many streams as Macklemore's Logic's entire catalog. Shout out to Logic. It's just what it is. Vanilla Ice. Is Vanilla Ice actually? We might actually have to go and listen to some Vanilla Ice songs. Is this our confession, chat? We've never actually listened to Vanilla Ice. I mean, I guess Ice Ice Baby. Everybody's heard that song. And I guess, is that a white rap song, chat? Yikes. But maybe it is Vanilla Ice. We need to listen to the Beastie Boys too to figure this out. We just need to go on a white rapper run and just crush out a lot of these catalogs. Really catch up on our history, chat? Yikes. But yeah, I guess Mac Miller has transcended blandness. So I guess not to just say that these guys are bland, but I don't know, there's a special sauce that Mac Miller is cooking with in his beats, in his lyrics. There's just, again, and not to say that Logic at times hasn't, necessarily, been as introspective as a guy like Mac Miller, but maybe it's just the commitment to the authenticity, just like, hey, I'm just gonna do my, do my thing. I don't know, chat. Again, it's a two-sided coin, and when you can only speak for one side of it, I don't know if you can necessarily enter the conversation. But I guess it's just like Mac Miller. If we were doing a racial draft, like, I guess what we would be saying is we would be prepared to not be able to take Mac Miller in the racial draft. If the Chappelle Show, if they want to reboot the Chappelle Show as the Rem and Sam Show, but I don't know why Chappelle would give us that property, but if he would somehow do it, and we just do racial draft 2.0, or if there's like a real racial draft at some point, I don't know if that's, the world gets really bad, or if the world gets really good, and then all of a sudden, we're just having so much fun that we're just like, yeah, let's just do a draft, people. We're all on the same page now. But I'm just saying, like, we would, like, Eminem, there would be some other people from some other cultures that Eminem might be over on the board. We're just saying that, like, we would be prepared to, like, hey, first white pick, like, Eminem might not be there. That's all we're saying. Now, I guess it's like, how many picks are on the board? Is this like a 6-person draft, or is this like a 7,000 person draft? Like, I don't know how many teams are in this league. Like, it could get pretty pretty crazy. So, and if it's that case, and make no mistake, in the racial draft, like, the whites, we're picking last. It's just what it is. I'm not even I feel like we've we've earned the last pick in that draft, and drafting on the turn, I feel like we'd be like, and then, white privilege, we get 2 picks in a row. But, I feel like in that case, depending on how many rounds, we'd be prepared to not have Eminem, but, we'd also be prepared to not have Mac Miller. That's what we're saying. I don't know if we need to do a list of, like, there needs to be... there needs to be nothing, Chad. There needs to be peace and love amongst everybody. Shout out. Mac Miller's great. Mac Miller is a legend. And this album, of course, will be beloved and will be in the rotation for a long time. I mean, like we're saying, $5 Pony Rides is the type of song that can definitely just be on in a playlist and definitely just pop on. But I mean, this whole thing, start to finish, is definitely going to get the replay. But I think I've already played it like 3 or 4 times a day. So, it's just an easy listen in the background, spending time with one of the greats, one of the favorite legends that we've had in our time, chat. But shout out to Mac Miller. Did we cover enough NBA topics as well? Spurs Grizzlies are about to fire up. So make no mistake, chat. I think we're getting a call. I think somebody's saying that they need us. I think we got to go in a second. But the game hasn't quite started yet, so I think we got a couple minutes. But I guess I did want to say about the Nuggets as well, too, because we were talking about them with just talking about some of those, best teams in the league. Shout out to all the Mac Miller fans that are dipping out now. But for the Nuggets fans that remain, and let's see. Oh, they're actually end of the third right now versus Miami. Ooh, a little finals rematch from a couple years ago. This is a real Jamal Murray moment here, checking this box score. Ooh, okay. So the 3-point, 2 of 6, but 10 of 19. 24 points. Jokic, of course, just 24. Jokic, he's got 24, 10, and 12. I mean, it is what it is. It's just another day in the office for Nikola Jokic. Shout out. There was I saw a reel of like a interview of like DeAndre Jordan, or some quote of DeAndre Jordan saying that anytime Nikola Jokic requests a song, it's either a Serbian song or it's just Many Men by 50 Cent, which is great. I love that. I love that Jokic just requests the same just American song every time. He's probably got just diverse palette of Serbian taste, and it's like, oh, actually this Serbian song does fit this vibe. We're in this party vibe over here, but now, I don't know, Team Bus, do we need to play like a sad Serbian song after a loss? Like maybe we, there's some Serbian violins that really fit the mood. But shout out to Nikola Jokic just bumping 50 Cent all the time too, which, I mean, Jokic definitely, if there's any even type of like hip hop rap music that Jokic is listening to, like we all know Jokic has those gangster vibes. Like the Jokic fam, like you don't want to, like the Jokic fam definitely, they're get rich or die trying. That's that's for sure, chat. But Jokic, is he you don't see him requesting Candy Shop at all. Is he bumping Pimp, just driving to the Nuggets games? Who knows? But either way, shout out to Jokic. But Murray, now that he's cooking, I mean, that's really the thing, chat, that this Nuggets thing has really been needing to turn around, because if, again, you think about a team's identity. Like the Nuggets, I think, did have a bigger identity outside of Jokic's, just Jokic being an all-time great player. And that was, again, just Jamal Murray as a shot maker at the end of these games was a real thing. So I maybe am I confusing sort of identity with just a guy like, playing really well or whatever. But like, I don't know, to me, I guess maybe even more specifically, like the Jokic Murray pick and roll, like that play was a thing that the Nuggets had. And Murray's ability to create shots out of that as well. I mean, that was what just made that as all-time dynamic as it was, and more so than just Murray being a great guard and Jokic being this all-time player and having, this other, sidekick piece. Like, it was really an all-time duo with Murray. Again, look at these just regular season stats last year: 48% from the field, 42% from three on 21 a game. You go to the playoffs, and we know that when they are making those playoff runs, 45% obviously in the bubble, and then 40% in that the year they won the title. And I think it may have even dipped down a little bit that year. Here, let's go into the postseason numbers. But he was, of course, like cooking the Lakers in that playoff. I guess his three-point percentage against the Lakers in the playoffs may be carrying him. It's like the series in the bubble and then the Lakers series. Jamal Murray's really good. is really good in. But yeah, I guess, the first is up and down in the finals. But in those games where, because once you, especially, once you're up the 3-1 as well, too, it's a little bit of a different thing. And that was an ugly game as well, that last game, if I remember correctly. That was kind of a slugfest. Can we get a score on that? Was this in the 80s, this last game? Yeah, 89-94. This was a slow, grinded out game. 34% from the field for Miami, 25% from three. And then Denver as a team, 42% from the field, 17% from three. They won the finals on a clinching game where they shot 17% from three. So, Murray at 28% from three. One of the better shooters in this game for the Nuggets. So maybe he actually played well at 2 for 7. But, yeah, the Timberwolves defense, of course, gave him problems in those last couple of games. A la why they lost. But, again, that was like a real identity thing. And obviously Murray, for the beginning part of this season, had just not been playing well. So, in the back of their minds, I don't think there wasn't any reasonable basketball person that would have just looked at the Nuggets and gone, yeah, guess what? If Jamal Murray is playing better, I'm going to believe in the Nuggets. It's just with what I'm watching and with how they're playing and with how this team is functioning, this is not going to work. Like, this team can't shoot this poorly. This team, obviously you've got to be out there as well too. There's, some missed games for Murray in here, and he's been able to stay healthy as of late. But I guess up until that Christmas Day game, 43% from the field, 35% from three. And that's even with, a couple of good performances there at the end to kind of clean some of this stuff up. But then let's see here. Since Christmas, I haven't done a good, span of games here for Jamal Murray to see what he's been as of late. Oh, I mean, if we're going to get this again, chat, then look out. Jamal Murray, last 12, 48% from the field, 47% from three, 92 from the free throw line, 21 a game, 6 assists. And you watch him in these games, and it's the same thing. You go, I mean, if you're pessimistic about the Nuggets, you would watch this and go, oh yeah, he's taking the shots that he's generating. Maybe sometimes he's getting, these looks where, he's making tough shots. But again, I think that was what I was going back to saying earlier. Like, that was kind of part of the identity of that, I guess, of that Jokic pick and roll, was Jamal Murray also being a tough shot maker out of that. So to me, that's just Jamal Murray getting back to what he is, not necessarily something that is, unsustainable for the future going forward. Like, no, Jamal Murray being a big time bucket getter is exactly what we've known him to be. And if that would maybe take form more in the playoffs, then yeah, that would make total sense. Like, him getting his footing again, this Nuggets team now, every year is another year. You just start having to manage stuff differently as time goes. He's paid as well too, so maybe just that slows down his mental clock for when he needs to kind of pick up the pace, for the regular season. He's got his bag. So I guess, it just when you're pursuing that contract as well too, it's like he's thinking bigger picture as well. He's like, I got to win titles. I got to, because that's really what's going to get him paid next. Obviously him playing well, but it's like, as a playoff guy, as a big time performer in these big moments, that is where I'm going to continue to make the big bucks. And like we're saying, you still need to be at a point in your career where you can get your team to that spot in some way. But he's also still the number 2 guy. So regardless, they are, what are they over this stretch since Christmas? 3 losses. What was that? 12 games. So they're 9-3 in this stretch when Murray's been playing well, with losses to Cleveland, Boston, and Houston. So pretty decisive losses as well, with Murray actually playing pretty well in this Cleveland game, numbers-wise. Shot pretty well. I guess. Oh, they lost to San Antonio. So 8-4 in this stretch. So again, just proving the point that they only lose to the premier teams in the league. Chat. They lose to Wemby. They lose to the Cavs. They lose to the Celtics. Losing to the Rockets. That could be concerning for the playoffs, where you go, oh, wait a second, why are they not able to get over the hump against these teams where they used to? And it's, look at this, chat, where like pretty decisive losses. Like I said, 20 points to Houston, with Murray, even going 4 or 5 from 3. I have to go back and get a refresher on this game. Fire up the league pass. Oh, big second quarter from Houston. Outscored him 41-25. Jalen Green, like we said a stream or two ago, he has been cooking as of late. Big Cam Whitmore game. That time, maybe Cam Whitmore at the end. Some points in the 4th. Oh, no, Cam Whitmore. Showing out the whole time. Shout out to our guy. But, again, it was that combo at the end of games as well that you go, if it's a close game, you just know that Jokic and Murray are going to be able to close them out. And they did have kind of a team 3-point shooting thing where Porter could get in there and hit some big threes. KCP is going to hit a big shot anytime you need him. So you lose KCP, and that's a huge part of that. The Westbrook factor is a different element. Maybe we'll see if it's able to impact playoff games at the end the same way same way KCP does, which is a crazy thing to say about Westbrook. But obviously, we're way into a different phase of Westbrook's career now. KCP is just making infinitely amount more. He's making 20 times more money than Westbrook's on a minimum deal, and KCP's making $20 million a year in Orlando or whatever. But if Murray is back to that thing, then that is again a team that has its identity back. But like I'm saying, in the bigger picture, is a team that has an identity, and more so than is a team that is just playing really well in these elements. Because I think the Cavs could definitely have it with, and the Mobley or the Mitchell Garland thing is definitely a thing. But if it was, like we're saying, that Cleveland win over OKC was Mobley offensively being awesome. And Mitchell wasn't even good in that game, and they were still able to win that game with Mobley's size and with the defense, and that kind of thing I think can be an identity. And then you need the offense, of course, to win these games. So it's like Mitchell's shot making is, can it be on par with these other star players when you need it to be at these times? So it's obvious. The like we're saying, the Nuggets are playing well. If we want to even take out that Cleveland game and just go, the last 11, they're 9-3 or 8-3. I guess they'd be 8 wins either way if we take out that Cleveland loss. But if they're cooking, then obviously they're back. But I think they're back as maybe the second best team in the West. But then again, the West, like Houston might just be, they might just be good. They might just be here. Like that team might just be too much. But again, in a playoff series, playoffs. Like you're telling me in the playoffs that I'm going to pick Green and Amen Thompson and that hustle defense that the Rockets get. I'm going to pick that over Jokic and Murray. And even just Jokic, and maybe the Nuggets, do they need an identity to get past the Rockets in a playoff series? Just, in my mind, does Jokic just need a guy playing well more so than he needs an all-time teammate? Maybe that's just the case. But, again, winning the title, and if the Rockets can prove that they are, in a title-ish contending tier, with the Nuggets more so than with a peak version of Jokic and Murray Nuggets, like we're saying, more so than what the Thunder have shown this year, because I would even say that the Thunder would probably maybe even be too much for a peak Jokic and Murray at this point. Like, with whatever the peak version of this Denver team would be, I don't know if it would be enough to beat peak OKC. And again, that's no guarantee that you're able to get peak OKC in a playoff series. Maybe, not even maybe, Jokic's domination of whatever he's able to put up against Hartenstein and Chet. Like, that could be crazy. But then again, we saw Gobert and Towns be a matchup for Jokic in the playoffs last year, and that is kind of a formula for that. Like, Chet is like a skinny defender, and Hartenstein is the guy with some size. Pause. Like, that is a formula that we've seen actually kind of work against Nikola Jokic. And Chet, I mean, Gobert is a little bit bigger than Chet for sure, but pause. But I mean, is Chet as good of a defender as Gobert at the end of the day? And Hartenstein, is he as good of a defender as Towns? And is that OKC team? I guess, here, let's look up the numbers real quick, chat. Let's see. OKC's defensive rating this year versus Minnesota's defensive rating last year. Do we have the advanced stats here? Yes, we do. So net rating. Oh, excuse me, chat. 3 points above Cleveland. Denver is up to 7th right now. So yeah, still I guess behind OKC, Memphis, and Houston in the West, and then Boston and New York, Cleveland in the East. But I mean, this net rating, I mean, that actually makes perfect sense. And you never know. Sometimes there's like a surprise team in there. Denver, maybe record-wise, is that team, but again, at 24 wins, they've kind of popped back up on this streak in that spot in the Western Conference as well, too. They're probably 4th because it doesn't look like anybody with more wins is below them. But see, you got Orlando at 23 wins right now. They're at 14th in net rating. Behind Miami in net rating is actually kind of surprising. I guess this is our check-in and net rating for the week. Sacramento up to 11th. Like, see, that's another one, chat. Sacramento, are they still like 15th in the West, or are they up a little bit? Oh, they're up to 9th. Sacramento. Doug Christie's got Sacramento in the playoffs. Doug Christie. Sacramento's going to have 2 coaches of the year on the roster at one time and fire one of them, get a new one at the same time. I mean, couldn't have worked out any better. Unbelievable. Did they take the Spurs spot? We need to check the standings more often. Oh, the Spurs have tumbled down to the 12th seed. I mean, we're all in the mix here. And Wemby is still the best player on the board from at least, Sacramento, Phoenix, Golden State. I guess, Stephen Durant and De'Aaron Fox are all balling out this year. So the Spurs are going to miss the playoffs again. But, hey, can the league? I mean, they're probably not going to get Cooper Flag, but Dylan Harper? Oh, Dylan Harper on the Spurs. A Dylan Harper, Stephen Castle backcourt would be pretty crazy. But even still, Sacramento would be, they're 9th in the record for the West. They're probably, do they have a full league standings? Oh, well, yeah, they're low teens for full leagues, but they're still upper teen for net rating. But anyways, we were looking at the defensive rating for OKC. So 103.7 for last year, and then compared to Minnesota for this year, Minnesota was, and remember, they were getting talked about too. I mean, the peak version of that defense is they were 109 for the regular season. So I mean, the second half of the season, the numbers could even out a little bit more. And again, it's subjective to the league year to year. So at the end of the day, Minnesota was number 1 last year again, and OKC is just number 1 this year. But again, to go back as a peak version of Denver, I don't know if they're quite have enough to beat this OKC team. Pause. But I mean, if Murray is back to this level, then they are definitely in the tier of Houston and Houston and Memphis, like we were saying. And playoff series wise, I don't know how you would not trust Denver combo over what the Grizzlies and the Rockets have shown. But chat, we have a little surprise. Look who is dropping by to say hello. Let us take a quick break, and our boy Sam's jumping on. So let's get Sam on the call. We'll be right back.
You gotta give your team more credit than that.
Oh, sorry, people. My mic was on mute. Okay, Sam's here.
Oh no,
We're
I
back.
heard you. I heard you.
Yeah, my mic was
Yeah.
on for the Zoom. It was off
Yeah.
on mute for the stream. But okay, testing 1, 2, 3.
No, you gotta.
We're here. We're good.
1, 2, 3.
Wait, what? Sorry, I got what?
No, I was like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're back on. No, you gotta give your team more credit than that. Like he was just downplaying the Spurs against the Grizzlies. I don't know.
It's a good thing I was on mute.
Like, what do you what are your realistic expectations for the Grizzlies this year? Because back when they were getting like the second seed and stuff, we didn't have OKC wasn't nearly as good. Um, their Mavs weren't nearly as developed as they are now. Like Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards is still figuring stuff out. But 2-3 years ago, the Grizzlies could be like a solid 2 seed and be, that's why they're saying they're not scared of anyone in the West. Now I don't know if they're even a top 5 team. I mean, where do you really put them in the tiers for teams in the West?
Oh, I was going to throw out this take. I was just going to say, is this the best version of the Grizzlies team that we've actually seen? Like maybe the peak version of it, Maybe not necessarily the version that we get night to night, but the Grizzlies are always in this spot. And I'm trying to really think now and go back and think like who was on those rosters over the last couple of years. Cause you get like Tyus Jones and stuff. I guess Dylan Brooks was a guy. I don't know if we would consider him like a likable guy, but he was always we have to respect his talent as a player,
Yeah.
obviously. But just like again, just the young depth that they've been able to reload with again, and they don't even have Gigi Jackson playing yet. But of course, Jalen Wells is playing. I guess like Santi Aldama is, I guess he is year 2. He does seem like an older guy for some reason, but he's also a young guy. Of course, Laravia is playing well this year, and if Ja is getting back and getting healthy, and they've just again shown that they've been able to maintain without Ja. So I guess the playoff thing at the end of the year always comes down to Ja either getting hurt in the playoffs or just getting hurt in the regular season, and they, just don't make the playoffs. But I guess Vince Williams Jr. they've had over the last couple of years. Kennard is still there this year, and he can be, I think, a little less important and a little just more of like if we need his shooting, he could be a guy. Brandon Clark, Conchar. I guess it is still kind of the same guys, honestly. And if you just kind of look at it, yeah, they've kind of turned like the David Roddy piece into, where it's David Roddy as like a fun guy on the bench. Now it's Jalen Wells is actually a guy that's contributing. Or even like, say, Jalen Wells compared to Tyus Jones. Like, that's a guy who, Tyus Jones is a great 6-man type point guard, but now maybe they have a little more flexibility with some of the final lineup type stuff. Like, they can go to Aldama if they want to go to like some bigger lineups. They can go to, again, like Wells or, Clark if they want to go to their typical, like maybe Jackson and play a little faster. Wells in there if they want to go, more with the smaller, small ball guard type stuff to spread the floor. Maybe they need defensive matchups where they need the more perimeter defense. I don't know if they've separated themselves away from, like Houston, and I don't know if you heard what I was saying before, but like Denver's kind of catching up now in the regular season to them. And, Jokic and Murray, I think we're still going to trust them over this Grizzlies team. But again, I don't know if it's just the dunk on Ja, or the dunk that he had on Wemby, but I'm really buying in on Ja and this Grizzlies team. I actually really like the depth they've been able to put together. And Edey as well. I forgot about Edey. His size is at least going to be a thing that you can throw out there for matchups. I love the matchups. I think they do have better matchups, at least in my opinion, maybe than they've had the last couple of years. I guess we'll have to actually see in the playoffs. But maybe just hypothetically, maybe even just compared to the league as well, too, and the other opponents that they have to face. But I do like the versatility of this team.
No, I mean, the Grizzlies have always been a versatile team. They've always been a long team, deep in terms of talent. And, we're kind of halfway through the season right now. Actually, the Grizzlies have played 41 games. And right now they're on pace for 82 games in the season. Oh, I guess this is their 42nd. So right now they're on pace for 52 wins, which would be 4 wins less than when they got the 2nd seed. So it is a little bit worse than that 2nd seed team. I mean, it is, they're on 3rd place in the West. It's not even different.
And
but
Ja,
I guess
I think, is a little bit, his numbers are a little bit down. He's a little out more as well from that year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That year he was really rocking it. But that year, 2022, it's when, the Warriors kind of, it almost felt like they stumbled into, pretty much a finals against the Celtics, and then Curry took it home. But, them going with the Suns being the number 1 seed that season after going to the finals the year before, them in that 2 seed. When you look at the league from then till now, now you have like a dominant team in OKC. The Mavericks are, I think, playing a lot better. They're the ones actually beating, I'd say.
Oh, really? What's the score of that game? Let me look that up. I might throw that one on the league pass.
63, I think. Yeah, I think it was, what was it? 63-52. Okay, it was 63-49 for a second. But, the Nuggets kind of have a 3-time MVP. And so my question is like, it's kind of first takey, but do we really trust Ja Morant over Shea, over Jokic, over, any of the other teams? Kawhi, how many games has Kawhi been playing in a row for the Clippers?
Maybe
do we trust him? Yeah, but do we trust him more than all these other players to, really show it up in the finals? Because so far, I think it's been similar. I think so far his career so far been pretty similar to Joel Embiid in that, it's been a lot of stats, it's been a lot of flashy plays, but there hasn't been a lot of much substance in terms of actually winning. That he has been out for, reasons that may be partially of his own. Joel probably putting on too much weight, Ja waving around guns, and then they often both cause drama off the court. I mean, Ja's dad getting to fights. We already know what's going on with Ja and Joel. He's, on Twitter and stuff and following or whatever. And
They
then
almost
the
got into a fight
MVP.
with Shannon Sharp once.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just there. I think Ja Morant is closer to Joel Embiid than like say a Giannis or say one of these other players that,
Mm.
we're not saying you got to get to the finals every year, but like the clock is ticking. Like we should start expecting something. And I think this year is kind of a make or break for him. And it's not really a hot take. Uh, but it's a lot harder than it was the last time he really started playing back-to-back games.
I think that's definitely true, but I think that's at least in the Western Conference. I think the list is definitely very short of guys that you would obviously trust over Ja. Like you're saying, you're obviously taking Shea and you're obviously taking Jokic, but after that, like
Doncic?
if we're just talking for this year, like Doncic is injured this year. I know Shea is or Ja is also
Yeah.
injured, but I guess it's just kind of a give and take of what you want. And I don't know, that one to me is close. I guess maybe even Doncic, but again, it's like what those are the three guys. Like Ja would be the
Yeah.
fourth
I guess
guy.
SGA is injured too. His wrist is hurt.
Yeah, he's out tonight.
He's
I was just
out.
looking at that
Yeah.
on the box score
Yeah, I just saw that.
as
Yeah.
well. So a lot of Case and Wallace minutes, a lot of Aaron Wiggins as well too, which not a bad thing. I don't know. OKC might make a comeback here. Can I make a live bet? See what happens. But
Yeah, I don't.
Isaiah Joe hit a couple threes. But I mean, it's Ja. I think is close to those guys. Like Embiid is close to those guys. So I mean, I think. Do you think
Yeah, he's
Ja?
close.
Do you think Ja's play style like gears itself more toward injury than Embiid? Like, do you trust his health the same amount as Embiid's, or do you give him a little more of the benefit of the doubt?
Well, I mean, so far this month they've been 2-4. John Morant's been missing 3 of those games with injuries. And so it's um and then I mean, I think let me see here. One of the worst losses, and I'm looking at like info just happening, is like this past Monday against the Rockets, who gave up 23 turnovers.
That's
But
true.
and Memphis was up by 13, but then they get outscored and the Rockets come down to win the game. And so, it's one of those things where it's like 2 years ago, the Rockets aren't doing that. Without Ime Udoka, without that talent on that team, Jalen Green, who I heard you talking about a little bit, the Rockets aren't doing that. They had easier nights like that, and now they got to go back to back. Like they going from the Rockets who used to be bad to the Spurs who used to be bad. It's just, and with John Morant's injuries, let alone his off court stuff, like thankfully that's out the way. So now he's dealing with injuries, similar to Embiid, who's also out because of his knee swelling. It's just I don't know, and maybe it's because I value different stuff. That's why I do like Tatum, because he's there. He shows up every night almost. He's very rarely injured unless it's a freak accident with Jaylen Brown, which was like twice in 2 years. But outside of that, it's consistent play every single night, and it's just the team can know what's to get out of you. And yeah, maybe John Morant has higher peaks, but I'd rather have that consistency every single night. Anthony Edwards, he's there every night. When it's time to play, it's time to play. He might not show up in the right jersey. I remember that a couple years back.
Yeah.
He had the wrong jersey or something, but he's gonna have that. So you look at the Grizzlies' schedule. So they're playing they're playing the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards, and they're playing the Hornets, who have been feisty. The Pelicans, I mean, I don't know what's going on with Zion. That's their own issues. But then they're playing the Jazz, then the Knicks. Like, their schedule doesn't really get easy because, in my opinion, like outside of the Wizards, are there really any easy games? I guess the Raptors, the Wizards, like I don't know if there's really any other
Those might be
easy
the only two,
games
to be
left
honest.
anymore. Yeah, like I don't,
Because the Hornets
I
are
don't know
pretty
what
good.
an easy game is. Yeah, I mean they're 14th right now in the East, which is kind of yikes.
But I'm just saying, like as a team to play
yeah.
again, as a competitor.
Yeah, they're not laying down though. So I don't know. I just think the Grizzlies. I think last year Everyone was injured. Everyone was like, "All right, next year we're just gonna come back and roll on through it," and it's gonna be a lot easier than they think it is.
Can I be honest? I just really like Santi Aldama.
Yeah,
I
he's great. I love him. I love
I
him.
think he's gonna do it. I just think he's gonna make some stuff happen in a playoff series, and I just trust.
Really? You think if it's him, if it's the Grizzlies against the Mavs, you're like, yeah, Santi Aldama is going to be the difference in
Well,
the
I like
series.
him more than PJ Washington.
That's true. I
I,
do like him more.
I like him more than as a role guy. I like him a lot. He's one of those like. I like him as like the fifth man. He might be the best fifth man in the league. Like Derek White's a fifth man. I don't know who else is out there that's a fifth man. But,
Yeah.
and we were floating out that Jimmy Butler for Aldama trade. I got to be honest. I don't think I would do that trade anymore. I don't know if I would trade for Jimmy Butler
I
if I
wouldn't.
was the
No.
Grizzlies.
Your team already has so many issues. You're gonna get rid of the one person who like shows up every day and puts in work. Like,
Yeah, I kind of want to keep Aldama
like
around.
the
Like,
old guy. Like the old guy.
Yeah, there's no way and it just his fit on this team is spacing. So I kind of like the idea of a lineup with Jackson and Aldama and Bane and Ja and Wells. And I just kind of think that can go toe-to-toe with a lot of the teams that are not the Thunder and maybe not Jokic. But at least, I get it also, too, for the regular season where – because, I'm thinking about them versus the Rockets, and I do kind of like the Rockets maybe supporting cast, like around – like take away whatever their star would be, like Jalen Green or whatever. And the supporting cast around him, I like that better than what would be around Ja. Like, I just like Amen Thompson. And Sven Goon obviously is, on tier with Jaren Jackson just in terms of impact. Maybe his offensive to Jaren Jackson's defense. But just in the playoffs, again, if Ja is out there, like I still want to believe that. I still want to give Ja the benefit of the doubt that he can do it. Because I guess, you're saying Ja to Embiid, and I guess the difference to me between Ja and Embiid would be Embiid has had like real playoff struggles in some moments where he's actually been out there and there's been maybe some shortcomings outside of the injuries. Whereas Ja, I feel like his playoff losses have been mostly related to injuries. Now, there was that Lakers loss as well too. So let's actually double check and see his playoff injury history compared to some of these other guys. Because, again, that Warriors series, like, he was fantastic in that Warriors series. So, like, compared to Embiid,
until Jordan Poole ripped his leg out.
I feel like is it crazy to say that Jaws had better playoff moments than Embiid? I'm trying to think, like, Embiid had what? Like, was there, like, a Raptors series in there in the first round? Maybe?
Maybe. I mean, he's definitely had flashier moments. I don't know if I call it better.
So those 3 games against the Warriors, he 34, 47, and he had 34 points in the game he got hurt. I guess he played 36 minutes in that game. But he was, 38 a game, 50% from the field, and he was shooting 40% from 3 in those 3 games as well, too. But he got hurt. And then he did get hurt.
Yeah, outside of that 1 year, he's never gotten past the first round. I don't think people really realize, like, at least Joel Embiid has gotten to the second round pretty consistently. Like,
but he's been playing better teams though in the first round. Would you say, Ja?
I
mean, he played.
They
lost to LeBron and Davis.
Let's pull it up. I don't know. Let's see.
They lost the first year in the playoffs. They lost to Mitchell and Gobert and the Jazz, and Ja was actually pretty good in that playoff series as well too. Just looking at his box score.
Yeah. But Ja generally has a better team around him, though. Like, I don't think has Joel Embiid ever played with someone like Jaren Jackson Jr. and Desmond Bane. Like,
yeah, that Sixers team.
Tyrese Maxey's good,
that Sixers team that lost to the Raptors, where he had
with
Butler and Simmons.
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons.
Oh, Butler and Simmons. That's true. He did have Ben Simmons.
I mean, he has Maxey now.
Yeah, and they were one shot away from going to the conference finals. I mean, Ja Morant's never been that close.
They were in a game 7 against Boston.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
They were in a game 7. They tanked that game 7 in Boston. They were terrible. Remember that Harden and Embiid?
I remember.
That's how bad that game 7 was. It was very forgettable. It was one of those like first quarter right away. Sixers couldn't hit a shot. I'm pretty sure that was a game 7. Chat, am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
So I guess it's one of those things where it's like Embiid's gotten a little bit farther, so
Oh yeah,
maybe
and he had 15. Jeez.
does that hurt him because his moments
Yeah.
have come in bigger moments? But I guess I do you have Embiid's playoff stats in front of you? What's his best
Yeah.
playoff game? What's his
Last year
playoff
against the
career high?
Knicks, he had 50 points.
Oh, that's right. He did have a big series against the
8
Knicks.
and 4. Yeah.
Okay. So
I
I
can't
guess
believe I blocked out of my head that. I think it was just because of that losing to the Heat. I just totally forgot about the Miami
oh, so
series, or not
that's
the
right.
Miami 76ers.
I was trying to remember what
Yeah, because
series
that
was
was the
after
year
that
they
one.
lost to the Heat. Yeah, I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah,
And I remember that went to 7, and I was like, oh gosh, now we're really gonna be tired.
yeah. And he was
But
good.
I just.
He was good in
Oh,
that
sorry.
Atlanta series as well. But
Yeah,
they lost that one, so it's like, does it matter?
that was also more on Ben Simmons. Yeah.
Yeah, but still a playoff loss to Atlanta. And 2 losses to Miami that one year after that Toronto series where they lose those first 2 games. And then I guess they did win those next 2, but then lost the next 2. He was 7 for 24 in game 6. So I
think the main point is that he's at least gotten to the point where he's had multiple chances to get to the finals.
But again, I would say that
Ja Morant never has.
these
he
years-
has been playing longer.
these years where he's won. So let's look at his actual playoff series wins. He's beaten. They beat the Wizards one year. They beat the Raptors. They beat Brooklyn. Those are his 3 playoff series
Raptors
wins.
team.
Is this like was this Siakam, Anunoby, Scotty Barnes?
Let's see here.
Yeah, that's this team.
Oh,
Gary Trent.
Oh, I guess
Van
he
Fleet?
helped beat that Miami team his first year. Was that 2018?
What?
His first year, 2018, he helped beat the
Oh, okay. So yeah,
that Miami team.
so the Heat in
And they
2018,
had
but
Goran Dragic, I guess. That was a rough team. Dwayne Wade was still on it. Jeez.
so yeah, even that team's mid.
And they beat Brooklyn. Okay, but for them, I'm just saying, going to 7, one shot away from the NBA champion in the Toronto Raptors. Now, again, that was a championship with an asterisk.
Well, was that the
But
divisional
going
round?
against a Kawhi
That was the semis.
Leonard team.
And then Kawhi,
Yeah.
Kawhi.
Yeah, but that was one shot away.
Oh yeah, you said one shot away to get. I gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they should have, in theory, won that game. It was just, that was actually not horrible defense either.
No, you're right. I mean, it was just like one of the luckiest shots of all time. But
Yeah.
you don't think like Morant, if he had those matchups, couldn't get over the hump in the first round? If he was playing Anunoby and Siakam and Gary Trent?
And Kawhi.
But again, they weren't playing Kawhi on the team the year that they won.
Oh, the year that they won. Oh, I was saying the year that they lost. So his first year they lost to Utah with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert.
Yeah. And then, there's the seasons that he's missed as well, too. So I guess that, goes to...
Yeah.
That's kind of like the Anthony Richardson thing. It's like, well, he's not even out there. He's not even on the season to get the team to the playoffs. So it's like, well, at least Embiid's doing that.
Yeah. And then Minnesota, Golden State, Lakers. But, it just goes to my point of that the West is really hard and that I don't really count them as real contenders because they haven't shown that they can get through the West.
But I guess by saying that, are you saying that you don't really count anybody in the West as real contenders? Because I guess to me, like, I think that they are close enough to the Rockets, but yeah, they're not close to the Thunder. So you're just saying the Thunder are way above everybody, which I totally agree with.
Yeah. No, I consider them way above everyone. I think.
But I guess. So what you're saying is you don't consider anybody else a real contender.
Yeah.
Outside of the Thunder.
Yeah, I'd say the Thunder. I think Minnesota without Cat, it's tough to
They
pick
can't.
them as a contender, really.
They can't do it. Not with this team. There's no way.
Yeah.
They're gonna win the West.
There's no shot. Yeah, they can't win the West.
Win
with this
3
team.
playoff series.
Are
they gonna win a playing game?
I think they can get to the conference finals team, but
Minnesota's going to win 2 playoff series?
I could see it.
I guess if they play like Sacramento and San Antonio.
Yeah. I'd say the Thunder are contenders. I'd say the Nuggets. I'd still put the Nuggets in there.
Yeah.
The Clippers, if Kawhi is healthy and playing, which, I mean, he's technically played games this year, so.
What does that even, what do you mean by that, though? Like, Kawhi healthy and playing? Because, again, like, if we're talking about the injury, if you don't trust Ja, like, how can you even think about trusting Kawhi? And I don't even say, I'm not even trying to be
I don't
mean
trust him.
because Kawhi actually has a degenerating injury. Like, Kawhi injury will actually get worse the more he plays. Like, if he plays, it's actually bad for him. So it's like, Ja just gets hurt.
Yeah, but Kawhi's actually won a series, won a ring to more to play.
Well, but yeah, he did that, 2019.
I know it was a while,
6 years ago.
but he's still showing he can win in the West though.
Win in the West. He won that title coming out of the East. He won in the West in 2013. That was 12 years ago.
He's won a series or two with the Clippers when he had Paul George. What is that bubble? In the bubble, they beat Utah, which the Grizzlies couldn't do.
Yeah, that's true. They were good in the bubble until
yeah, exactly. And then Kawhi got hurt,
and then Paul George just decided that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really meaning like not contenders to win maybe the West, but definitely
I
not.
agree that's a tough team to play for sure, but I don't think I would even pick them to win over the Rockets in a playoff series, even if Kawhi was healthy. Crazy. I don't know. I think they're a fun team, but
I think it's tough to pick contenders this year because I think the whole league is in transition right now from generation to generation.
It is, and I think because of that, it becomes a like when do we want to admit it type thing because I think I mean we can see it with the records. It's like the Thunder and the Cavs have the 2 best records in the league. They're by far playing way better than anybody else.
They're far way better. Yeah, exactly.
And then everybody else that we trust is teams with some kind of lingering resume. Like the Nuggets, the Celtics, and I guess the Mavs having one finals run with Doncic is enough at this point to have that resume.
My God.
Because, I mean, like you're saying, the Rockets haven't done anything yet in the playoffs. None of the other teams. So, I mean, do you trust the Lakers at all? In a way? If you trust the Clippers?
I mean...
So you trust the Clippers more than the Lakers in a playoff series?
I don't
actually, because of the defense, I don't think that's totally crazy.
No, I don't. Yeah, I do trust the Lakers more because it's still LeBron and AD. Like there's 2, while in the Clippers they don't have 2 potentially like really good players in spots. LeBron's not going to give you a full 40 of greatness, but he can give you a good second half.
Yeah, no, and Davis is still your peak guy that can be your best player. Like Davis is still the best player on that court, regardless of what LeBron is.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing so. At that point, I get what you're saying, but because of the defense, maybe the Clippers are just a better in general matchup versus just like any team X whatever. But
yeah, and so if you're, I got a hypothetical for you. If say you're like what Steve Kerr used to be, a GM of the Suns, you got this young bright star in Devin Booker, aging guy in KD. You got so much money pent up with them. I think Grayson Allen also has a decent contract, and you're literally 500, 10th in the West, barely hanging on to a playing spot. Like, what do you do? How do you stop your only reason to come into the game, Devin Booker, from leaving your team? Like, what do you do with this team that like barely beat the Wizards by 7?
Wait, so you're saying that they hire me as the Spurs or the Suns GM? Jeez, I just Freudian stuff right there.
They're like, they gave you the keys. They said, drive this car to a championship.
Well, I already revealed the first part of my plan. I'm trading Devin Booker to the Spurs.
Oh my gosh.
Pairing Devin Booker with Wemby. No, I was thinking about this the other day with Durant because I was like,
yeah,
there was a narrative there for a while in Phoenix that like, if he asks out, it's like this, like how can he ask out in Phoenix after he's asked out in all these places?
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to ask out one more time, but it's like at this point he is that guy, right? Like what him not
That's who
asking
he
out
is. Yeah.
him not asking out in Phoenix is gonna help him. People are gonna be like, he
Yeah.
stuck it out in Phoenix, so that kind of helps the Brooklyn and Golden State thing. Like
Yeah.
it's not even gonna make a difference. So I honestly at this point, I honestly think Durant should ask out. Like Durant should request to trade. This Suns team is not good, and to be honest, like Phoenix should want to trade Kevin Durant because again, the Suns team is not good. They could potentially find a way in the off season maybe to do something with Bradley Beal if like these teams really want to sit down and think about it. But the other problem is Bradley Beal is just not the type of player that unfortunately, like the Suns are going to have to do all the work in that deal to either get the deal to be presentable or to at least find a piece where they can attract something to bring in other pieces. Like, because Beal, like teams aren't going to be doing the work to go out and pursue Bradley Beal. Like, they're going to need to be presented with something that's super crazy. So there's just nothing that they can do this season to fix the team. So now you're going, well, it's already next season, the off season for that. And then, you know, another season with Durant and Booker. It's just, I think, a little too far down the timeline for Durant in terms of like, also like, you know, we're seeing now with some of these teams that have been together for a couple of years emerging with some chemistry. Like, you just need some time to work together. Like, I know Durant's not going to have a couple of years with whatever team he's on, but I think, again, he just needs to find whatever that next location needs to be. Or maybe it's even just like a simple thing for this year. I know he's not like a free agent next year, but at this point, like, to me, Durant just the ask out guy. Like, he should just ask out. I don't even think people would take it poorly. Like, who cares at this point? Would you care if Durant asked out?
Yeah.
Would you really?
I'd care.
Why? For what?
Yeah. Because it's like you're asking out again.
But it doesn't even
like.
But that's what he does. It's Durant. What's he gonna stay?
But like,
this is another one where he should. Like, what's he gonna stay there for?
But you see. So like, look. When he left from OKC to the Warriors, that was as a contract thing. Like, his contract was up. Honestly, there weren't a lot of options out there. Like, I don't think the Spurs were really going to give him that contract.
It was either that or Boston, right?
Yeah,
or
it was pretty much Boston or something. Yeah, like there wasn't really that many options besides the Warriors and going back to OKC, and he wasn't going to go back. So he goes to the Warriors. Draymond makes him mad. We all hate Draymond. Draymond does whatever Draymond does. So it makes sense. Okay, he's going to go to the Nets. He's going to play with Kyrie. Goes to the Nets. It implodes. You see Kyrie being a mess, the whole thing. He's anti-Semitic comics, blah, blah, blah. So there's another reason. He has another teammate who's the problem. So he's like, fine, I want to go to the Suns or the Heat. So he gets not only to leave that huge mess of a situation, which is partially his fault, but at least he has, again, like each of his stops, he has a teammate he can point to. OKC, he can blame it on Russell Westbrook. He can blame it on other people. Warriors, he can blame it on Draymond. He can blame it on the town choosing Curry over him, which they always were going to do. They still do it to this day. The Nets, he can blame Kyrie for going crazy. James Harden quitting like always. He can blame those things. What the heck is he going to blame with the Suns? Not only did he get to leave a situation that he set up in New York, but now he went to one of the top two teams at the time he got it traded, brought in an additional superstar at that point, and they had their whole team. Like there's literally nothing that he can point to as the issue besides himself, his injuries, his problems. And so that's why he did request to leave earlier last year. And I think people eventually talked to him and were like, hey, this is going to really suck for your legacy. And I think he heard it from online because he literally has zero other reasons to blame besides himself for this team being bad because it's what he constructed. No one's been wilding out. Devin Booker's been doing his job. Bradley Beal's been doing his job. Like they may get hurt here and there, but it's literally been all his fault.
Well, I would say that they would have been handicapped by the Beal contract would be my argument for that. And I would go, I don't know. I guess I just don't know how much he was involved in bringing in Beal because the whole point behind that move was they had this option on Chris Paul's contract where they weren't going to pick that up anyways. He was going to be a free agent, but they could accept that and then use that money to bring in this asset and potentially add to the team in a way that they couldn't before. But by doing that, you're bringing in, again, this massive deal that then the league, it's kind of like the opposite of the Golden State situation where he gets to go to Golden State because, he gets to benefit in this situation because of the way the league rules allow him to do that. Like, he now is not benefiting from the league rules because they've switched in a way that have hurt the fact that they've brought on this massive contract, and also hurt the fact that they can't trade and maneuver the way the contract the same way that they did before. So to me, it would just be that the fact that the league rules and the contract they have handicapped this team's ability to make moves in the future. And there's just literally nothing that this team can do. And I would say that Beal's not doing his job. Beal sucks defensively.
Well, yeah, but it was always off the court stuff or like a lot of animosity that he could always point to for the reason to be in the league. And, there is no way he had zero say about what star they're bringing in. Like, there's just no way. I refuse to believe that. I think most of the NBA world would refuse to believe that he just found out, like all the rest of us, that they were going to bring in Bradley Beal. And the people in the front office had to also realize what the league rules were when they brought in Bradley Beal. So it was mostly like on the court stuff. Bradley Beal had not been playing defense for years before that. Like, it was just who he was. Like he didn't suddenly show up.
So that
and
is a
be
good
like,
point.
Well,
Then, Bradley Beal is doing his job because not playing defense is part of his job.
Exactly. Apparently. So it's just everything went as expected. There was no really like someone freaking out or doing something crazy. And it's a team that he wanted to go to, and they were one of the best situations at the time he went. And I mean, the Suns had to do something because they were getting rid of Chris Paul. I mean, obviously, looking back on it, Bradley Beal probably wasn't the best choice, but
yeah.
I think he knows that he can't just leave this situation because it's a situation he put himself in. He really cares about his legacy. He really cares about what people think, which is why he left Golden State, why he left Brooklyn, and he really wants to win a ring on his own. But he keeps making fires and leaving, and I don't think any other team's gonna take him. Like,
Durant?
who's gonna be like, oh yeah, I want a really old aging star who's gonna ask out as soon as they come here, and who isn't gonna get better. He's just gonna continue to get worse, continue to get hurt more. Like, who is bringing him on his current contract to deal with all that? Because wondering if they're gonna be there or not. Because you look at the new round of players and young players in the league, and they're committed to their teams. You look at Doncic, he may have had some troubles here and there, but he's not asking to leave. Shea, he's staying. Like, Jokic, he's not going anywhere. Joel Embiid, like, no other team's going to stand him. I mean, I know Giannis has made some cool waves about leaving, so maybe he's the one standout. But you look at Anthony Edwards, he's not leaving the Timberwolves. Like, most superstars around the league aren't leaving their teams, and so why would any of them want to get rid of or try to trade their two players to get Durant? And the Suns are probably going to be asking for a high price considering how much they gave up for him.
But I mean, we were just talking about Memphis for Jimmy Butler. I mean, it's a whole different conversation if we're talking Kevin Durant. I mean, as much as I love Santi Aldama, he might have to go to Phoenix.
Wow, really? I wouldn't trade Santi Aldama.
You wouldn't trade Aldama for Durant?
No, Durant's old and hurt all the time, man. He's done. He's washed.
Durant's the 50, 40, 90 guy still.
He's a great shooter, yes, but you got to think about what you're all trading to get a player who may ask out anytime he feels like it. And you saw, the Suns traded the farm and a half, and they're going to
I'm just not going to trade everything
for a generation for it. Well, but that's what they're going to ask for because that's what they gave up. And even if they don't have to do that, they still have to trade a good amount because of the league rules. I mean, let's see how much he makes. It's definitely
he's
definitely not a cheap player.
He's at
exactly
over 50.
Well, once I hear 50, I'm hanging up. I'm telling you right now, 5-0. Wow. I'm hanging up. That's a superstar level contract in a really tight league right now, tight financially league.
Wow, even with what Kevin Durant is
36 years old.
Kevin Durant this year, 27 points a game, 52% from the field, 38% from three, 80.
He's going to come in and take 35% of your cap.
He's third team
He's
all.
gone.
He's going to be all NBA again this year.
LeBron has been All NBA, but like,
LeBron's been
who's
one of the
trading
top
for
50.
him?
LeBron's been
Like,
awesome. LeBron's still one of the guys who've taken a
I,
playoff series up until, the last 18 months.
I know, but so what team is taking Kevin Durant? Because all these teams, you have young players, you have young people on your team. You're gonna want to keep those guys because, like Durant, it's not gonna get better. It's really not. Let me see his injury history lately.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Spurs roster right now. I mean, we have a couple contracts we
Again,
could piece together.
I mean, again, I love Kevin Durant, love his playing styles. Nothing personal against him or even him as a basketball player. It's just him as a next 2-3 years player. Like he's done it. Like he's won the two-time championship. He won his two Finals MVPs. Like he's reached the top, and now he's definitely on the descent as a career. And like you mentioned, the rules with the league. He's been playing since 2008. 2008. Like he's been in the league. Pretty close to 20 years. Like he's getting old, and I don't know. I think he's still a very productive player, but he's not worth 55 million, and he's not worth the hard work and headache it'll take to try to fit someone that big of a contract into your cap.
So, like Orlando with like some Jonathan Isaac, KCP, some young pieces, some picks. That doesn't get you interested if
I,
you're
I
Phoenix?
don't I don't want to speed up the timeline there. I mean, they're continuing to grow. They're growing together.
You don't want to
Like
turn Jonathan
why
Isaac
would
into
you?
Kevin Durant? Do you
No,
not want to win a
no,
title?
Jonathan, a healthy Jonathan Isaac. All I remember is that series where Kyrie and Kevin Durant got swept by the Celtics. It wasn't even close, And let's see his the
I
playoffs
hope there's
lately.
actual
And then
dinners
they
out
got
there
swept
where,
by Anthony Edwards, right? Or it wasn't
yeah,
swept, but they got beat really bad. He's out here like
pause.
doing some freaky stuff on the court. Yeah.
I hope there's actually people having these conversations in like steakhouses where they're like, no, there's no way I would give up Santi Aldama for Kevin Durant. I'm not doing it.
Why?
There's
And
no
it's
way I'm
nothing
turning Jonathan
against Kevin
Isaac.
Durant. He's gonna go into the Hall of Fame. Like he's gonna be a top, 30 player of all time at least. Like there's nothing, no shade to him. But let's see. So he got swept last year by Minnesota. They won two games against Denver. I think both at home. And then they lost it. And that was a pretty comfortable six. I was surprised they won those two, but that was a lot of pride out of them. But yeah, that was pretty comfortable win for them. And then yeah, they beat the Clippers pretty badly. Then they got swept in 2022. So yeah, two of the last 3 years he's gotten swept in the first round.
Hmm.
The year before that they go to seven against Milwaukee with Brooklyn. But I'm just saying it's definitely not great. I mean, let's see. Yeah, not since the Warriors run. I mean, so I guess yeah, he had that one foot on the line against Milwaukee. I'd say his last great moment that I've seen Kevin Durant beat Kevin Durant in the playoffs is that Milwaukee series. Because even that one against Denver, like I don't think anyone really thought they were going to beat him in 2023, and then they got swept last year. So you get players like this for the playoffs. You put 55 million, and I don't know if unless you're putting him with like Doncic, maybe Jokic. Like unless you're putting him with a top five player in the league, I wouldn't trade for him.
Pair him and
Like
Kyrie back
Michael
up.
Porter, I could see like Michael Porter, Russell Westbrook. I don't know, like something like that. I'd
Wow,
listen to.
Westbrook traded for Durant would be crazy.
I
What a
know,
full circle moment.
but yeah, something like that.
See, that's incredible. Jokic and Durant together,
I know.
and Murray.
Even that
I mean, Durant in the
I could see.
Porter spot. What are we talking about?
I give him that, but that's about it. That's like, and it could be made close with the contracts, but
Yeah, I
let
don't
me
even
see.
actually know if they would be able to get to that number, unfortunately, because Porter's at like 35, and I think they would have like Najee at like 8 million, so then they would need to still make like 7 more million. I mean, you'd find the two more guys to throw in there, but It would definitely be a fat trade, and they don't have a lot of picks, so maybe it would definitely have to be a couple of the young guys too. Maybe like Strother and Braun. I mean, Braun's definitely a
Yeah.
trade for sure. But if you're trying to win the title this year, would you rather have Mobley or Durant?
Um, trying to win the title this year. That's close. I don't know. I mean, they're just on two different levels. Like,
Yeah, I was
I
trying to
don't know,
go for like
Mobley or Durant.
I was trying to
I
like,
don't
go for the
know.
lowest ranked player I could find. That
I know. I don't know if I put Durant below Mobley. I'm not that low on him.
okay. Cade.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a little closer. That's a little closer. I don't know.
That's like the 20. So right now on the Ringer 100, they have Durant at 7. They have Mobley at 22.
Wait a minute. So the Suns are in the second apron, so they can't trade anyone. Oh
They can't
Lord.
combine contracts. That's why the Beal contract is so hard because they can only play pause. They can only play one. They can only trade one player at a time. They can't necessarily combine players
Oh my
together.
gosh. So it just be like one player from the Suns
So
and
that's
picks.
so you can only get Beal. I don't know if you bring in a second team if you can trade one player to each team. I don't know if that works, but I think in theory it's like yeah, you'd have to just get Bradley Beal back in that trade. You can't get anything else. Not that necessarily the Suns even have anything else, but like
Hmm.
they couldn't give you Bradley Beal and Ryan Dunn like one of their young guys.
Oh, so they can't give you two players back.
Yeah.
You can't get two players back for it. So it has to be a 1-for-1 with KD,
Well, they
huh?
can. I think they can bring in two players as long as it's under the Beal money, but they just can't trade away two players.
Oh, okay. So, oh, okay.
If that
Yeah,
makes
no, that's
sense.
tough. No, that's tough.
So
Can't
like
throw in a whole lot there.
Isaac and KCP. Let me see if this works. Like that would be, like they could only do 2-for-1s their way. 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s their
Mm,
way.
sure.
They can only do
We'll
like
think of something.
the fantasy trade where you
Think of
trade
something.
like
I
three
don't know.
running backs, or I guess it'd be like three receivers for a running back. So yeah,
No.
like contract wise, like you could take two contracts back, but you can only send Beal's contract out.
Jeez.
So that's why I'm saying
Poor
Durant can
Suns.
just
The
look at
Suns are
that and
stuck.
go, the team literally can't do anything. This team's handicapped by the league rules. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, but where?
I'm telling you, I think Durant might have a bit of a bigger market than you're thinking.
I don't know. 55 million. Those apron rules are tough. But
Yeah, and then
anyway, I gotta. Oh, what were you saying?
well, and then you're gonna be handicapped too when you bring in Durant as well.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. Like you can't win because he's just making too much money, and it's next year he's making the same 50 something mil. So we'll see. Um, but yeah, unfortunately I can't stay forever. So quickly on NFL, who
Oh yeah, give us some picks before you
anything
hang up.
from surprise you last week?
Let me see
Any
I guess
Commanders winning? Did that surprise you?
the Commanders was good. No, they I thought they would probably win that game, but well, I guess no. The Bucks. I thought maybe the Bucks would be scary as well, but both those teams. I mean, Jane Daniels is good. So, what do you say? But I guess maybe looking at the Rams and going, oh, is that like a potentially kind of scary team? Might be
Yeah.
something that I was not necessarily expecting. I guess just maybe seeing Stafford back at that. I guess it was maybe Stafford like back at fully playoff level Stafford in
Hmm.
that game. The problem is they got to go outdoors to Philly. I'm a little worried about Stafford outside. But if that was Philly,
Yeah, but
if
he
Philly had a
played. Oh
dome,
well, that was indoors. Yeah, I was about to say he played in Detroit, but that was indoors.
yeah, Detroit's a dome. Like weirdly, that could be a better matchup for him because it's indoors. I think Detroit might still beat him,
Yeah.
but it's close. If Philly had a dome, I think I would definitely pick LA.
Mm.
Weirdly,
Over Philly? You're out on Philly.
I like this LA team. I
Wow,
guess
Saquon? Saquon's not doing anything for you?
yeah, Saquon's great, but I mean the Rams use Kyron Williams in the same way, and if you look at his production, it's like 85-90% of what Saquon can give you. So in a
Mm.
matchup based as well, like maybe they can go toe to toe if it's like a slow kind of grinded out game. But I just love Verse.
No.
I think Verse is gonna be
You,
great. Verse is gonna haunt me because the Colts took Latu over him, and Verse is already like
mm.
Verse just the way he
He's the
just drives
DN?
a lineman straight back. He's so strong. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, I definitely love Sean McVay.
McVay
is
as well
one of
too.
the most underrated playoff coaches. Like he's just really good at adapting his team to whatever is needed. I mean, I'd say the Rams are like the rich man's Steelers of the West. Like they just find ways to win. They may not have the flashy names and stuff, but their players are they just are a tough team to beat. I mean, that Puka Nakua, I think is Cooper Cup fine? Or is
Cooper Cup's
Nakua still
back.
in? I'm trying to
I,
yeah.
I think he's healthy for this game. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's just so many great
But
weapons on
you
this
could
team and
you could also argue, like you're saying, with that McVay Stafford combo might be the best coach quarterback combo in the conference right now.
yeah. Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. I think okay, so let me see here. Last game, the Rams. They had Nakua out there, Cooper Cup. I mean, it was Higbee who had the best game, but they just have so many options. You know, Demarcus Robinson, shout out to his time with KC. He definitely made some plays for us. Um, yeah, I don't know. It is tough. It's tough to pick against the Rams. It just feels like every time I watch them, like they're a tough out. Like they're just a team you
Yeah,
don't want to face, you know?
that's gonna be a
Like even
slugfest for
during the
sure.
season. Yeah, like they were 10-7, but I don't maybe I need to look back, but I don't think they got blown out ever really. They were just,
I
you
I
know.
think maybe was it week 2? Did the Cardinals have like a 42 to
Um,
something victory on them, or did they beat the Cardinals bad? I forget which way it was, but that's the only game I remember them being in a blowout. But I just don't remember which way it
yeah,
went. But how are you
but
feeling about the
it's
Chiefs?
close.
I saw a stat the other day that
I
said
was coming
Mahomes
on for
Mahomes hasn't
yeah.
lost in the divisional round. I guess he hasn't necessarily lost in the wild card round either, but never lost in the
Yeah.
divisional round. People are hunting him down this
I was
year.
coming on to give a hot take.
Oh,
You know, at 15-2, just I mean, Mahomes has had this past year the lowest passing yards, touchdowns, and I think maybe rush yards as well.
he
There was
sucks.
something.
We know.
But looking at this roster top to bottom, this may be the most confident I've been going into the postseason. I'm telling
Oh,
you,
wow.
our wide receiving core is just really, really good. I think it's very underlooked, and there is a high chance that Hollywood Brown will be back for this game. You know,
Mm.
Hardman is working himself back to being healthy. So imagine this. We're going to have a receiving core with Xavier Worthy, DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, McCole Hardman at full health, you know, maybe next game, but this game maybe, Juju Smith-Schuster, and yeah, Justin Watson as well, who's as your sixth wide receiver. So we're gonna have like 4 to 5 legit options out there. Xavier Worthy, I had him in my fantasy. He's incredibly fast. DeAndre Hopkins, incredible like as a possession receiver, and then you have Hollywood Brown, who again can burn you, but also is a decent slot guy. Juju Smith-Schuster, another good possession guy. So we just have so many different malleable guys, and it makes me excited for this team. I really wish Rashee Rice was out there because I mean, that give us 7 options. I mean, oh my gosh, I don't even know what we even do with all that, but. I just know there's so many options out there for Mahomes to throw to, and we still got Travis Kelce. Noah Gray is a very dependable backup. Our O line, we've had some issues with our tackle, Joe Thuney. There's been a lot of focus on him, but this defense, I've really come to trust and love it. The linebackers, the cornerbacks, our safeties. We've done enough. We definitely gave the Texans the business when we played them during the regular season. And I think Mahomes, they needed this first round bye. They're healthy. We got Pacheco, we got Kareem Hunt, and yeah, I really think Mahomes. They've been doing playoff wins throughout this whole year, close game wins on home, on the road, doing whatever it takes to win. And outside of a bad loss against our second rounder, our second team against the Broncos, and that was just to keep the Bengals out of the playoffs. And a 1-score loss, or was that well, it was 21-30, so I guess it was a double score loss on the road against the Bills. Like, there's not much else we had on that team. And really, that one game against the Bills, it was one scramble by Josh Allen and kind of broke the game open. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but but I really am very confident in this team, and I think with the home field advantage, with Mahomes back and healthy, they're great after a bye. I mean, I'm not really worried about this next game, but I feel most confident. This is the most confident I've felt about the Chiefs in this whole run.
So what's more important to you, like the three-peat, the making it to the Super Bowl, or just the conference champion streak for Mahomes? Like if he just gets to the if he wins this game and he's back in, it's like every year Mahomes is just in the Final Four. Like is that secretly enough from a legacy standpoint?
No, he's gotta go for it. He's
Oh,
gotta go
Chiefs
for it.
fans are greedy.
He's on the precipice of doing something that we've never seen before in NFL history. And to do it with only one real loss against someone who, could argue to be the MVP of the league at home on the road, like outside of that loss, so really one loss the whole season. I mean, he he is continuing his climb up the mountain to for his coronation as the GOAT, and this is going to give him some jetpacks up there because doing something never done before with this team, how much talent there is. This might be one of the few last years of a productive Travis Kelce, and I really I'm really excited to see where this goes. I'm not worried for the future. I think we have enough good young wide receivers on this team that even if our tight end play isn't as connected, we still have it. And who knows, maybe Tyreek Hill will sneak on back to this team. We're gonna have like 8 good wide receivers. Someone's gonna have to go in free agency, but I really am excited for this postseason. I think it's giving definitely like Jordan 97, 98. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's the last dance with him and Travis Kelce. Like they're just so connected. We've seen it. And yeah, I really can't wait to see how it goes because they've been winning and grinding out games, and they just do whatever it takes to win. They just do whatever it takes to win, and if that means we're winning by 3 or 7 instead of 10 or 20, and it's not as flashy, I'd rather have that because I know they can consistently do that every single time.
Well, I like the confidence because you guys are the first team up, so there's a good chance in like 18 hours that you're kind of bumped out. But I
Yeah,
don't think you will be either because the Texans offense wasn't like super dynamic either against the Chargers defense. And I would say,
yeah, it was close.
yeah,
The
like,
defense won the game for that,
yeah,
right? 2 pick sixes.
exactly. Defense, special teams made some big plays. So, I mean, that's exactly your recipe. Your defense is going to, I feel like, really hold this Texans offense down. And to be honest, like, offensively, yeah, maybe it's not as explosive. But, the more I think about it, like, as we get to playoff football, yeah, the explosiveness may matter against certain matchups, but also just the not turning it over. And the Mahomes is just the full confidence you have in him not to make mistakes and to keep the chains moving and to at least get. I was hearing a stat on the other day about, I think it might have been on Simmons' pod, and he was talking about how the Chiefs' offense, they may not rank as highly in red zone like touchdown percentages you would think over the last couple
Yeah,
years of the Mahomes run. But I was also like thinking about like, oh, that just shows Andy Reid's like his willingness to just take the 3 points. But it's also
yeah, exactly.
Mahomes' ability to just consistently move the ball that far down the field. Because I feel like if you looked at maybe scoring percentage just on drives, they might be a little higher as well too. That just feels like they're always, at least settling for a field goal or something. So like Mahomes, you know what he's going to bring in the playoffs, and at least this week, I think if it's just the defense grinding it out and Mahomes making some big plays, I do think that actually is probably enough against the Texans.
Yeah, and I think that with the Lions always going for it on fourth down and stuff, definitely around the league, the value of taking the field goal has been less
Mm-hmm.
and less valued.
And with
And I think
Tomlin
in the
doing it down
playoffs,
30-0.
yeah, exactly. But I think it's just recognizing that, in the playoffs, any points matter, and very
Mm-hmm. Yep.
rarely is it a blowout in the playoffs. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's almost always a close game, and to be up 1 or 2 points, it's just a difference in so many of these games. And Mahomes already is leading the league in converting third and fourth downs. So, more often than not, they're gonna get that third down or fourth down if they really need to. But with Butker, I think he's back. They cut poor Matthew Wright. Shout
Matt
out, he did
Rife.
his job. Thank you. Yeah, no, no. But the kicker who he was, I think we're the only team in NFL history to have three backup kickers hit game winners, or like three different kickers hit game winners. I think it's
Yeah.
three backups because only one, and every other team has only been one. So we definitely had our share of backups, but and no matter how misogynistic he is, we got Bucker back, and so we're definitely bringing the band back together, and we've already been able to grind out wins with this team. Mahomes was a little banged up, but this first round bye is so helpful for him, and for him to be able to get the Super Bowl ring last year, losing all those games, having those really low lows, having to grind it out, having like the toughest, I think statistically the toughest postseason road of all time, pretty close.
Oh
And
yeah, the toughest Super
yeah,
Bowl of all
yeah,
time.
like toughest opponents that he went up to against like the Ravens, Texans. I'll have to pull it up again. To go through that with that team that had setbacks, and now they have Xavier Worthy, they have Hollywood Brown, they have DeAndre freaking Hopkins. I mean, he's gonna be probably a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. With Kelsey, with this O line, with this defense that continues to be great, that continues to force turnovers every single game, and they're playing teams that they already have known, they've already been beaten in the Texans. They might have to face the Bills again, which would be tough. Um, and then Super Bowl against who knows who. But it makes me really confident. And usually I am confident about this team. I really think this is the best like offense, all around offense that Mahomes has had during his time at Kansas City, because it's so much talent at wide receiver, and it makes so much sense because they've mentioned how this year Mahomes has been now inside the player development room and the player scouting room, and they're actually
Mm.
showing him the big boards. They're involving him in the decisions. He's seeing the process of how they're picking these players. That's when he like took Quentin Johnson and Xavier Worthy down to Texas and played with them, and then he made the
Oh,
right
he made a
option.
he
Thank
made a
God.
choice. Wow,
He
Mahomes.
made the right option, yeah. And then he was watching Hollywood Brown on tape, and he saw, what he was doing. That it wasn't just speed, similar to Xavier Worthy. He liked Xavier Worthy the way he was running after he caught the ball, but it just made him more invested in these players, more even before they even had a Chiefs jersey on. So that now that they're in there, that's why the connection has been so good with these rookies. That's why Rashee Rice had the most yards as a rookie in the playoffs last year. And that's why Xavier Worthy has been, really playing well this year. It's that dedication to that grind. And so that's why I'm very confident he can make it work with Hollywood Brown as well as Andy Reid. They're very comfortable. They've done this before, and they know what it takes. They know the level of difficulty. They've literally taken the hardest path. So I'm pretty confident when I'm taking a little easier one with a better team.
LeBron's out here drafting Shabazz Napier and Bronny, and Mahomes is putting together Super Bowl level teams. I mean, Mahomes is chasing down all these goats.
LeBron ain't watching tape on him. I know LeBron watches tape, but he's not watching tape on this son. Like, come on.
LeBron just watches March Madness.
Exactly. Like he's not watching tape on college games.
He goes, that guy's fun.
That's fun. Anyway, but off season for your team, what is on your Colts, wish list? Like, I know we try not to dunk on poor Anthony Richardson too much, but like, what kind of moves are you looking from your team this year? There's been little moves, signing some tackles and stuff, but yeah, I guess what are you looking for?
Well, I haven't. You say little moves, like that is what it'll probably be in free agency. Like the Colts always have a decent amount of cap space, and there can be some big names, and I can get infatuated about
Joe
it.
Flacco?
But Flacco, we already have Flacco.
Is this last year? Or oh, this is last year. I'm looking at last year. Gee.
I guess maybe he's like
like,
1 year deal off the team. He could be off the team technically now, but
I don't know.
yeah, like we're probably not going to do a ton in free agency, so I guess I'm going to have to see what we're going to do in the draft. And I haven't fully dug into the draft to know like what's available kind of at that spot yet, but we need some secondary help for sure. We could use some corners, some safeties. I mean, just bulking up the defense in general is going to be a priority. Defensive line help. Again, we took Latu last year, but he was the first defensive person, I think the first defensive player off the board last year. So Ideally, you'd want him to be a little closer to what Verse is doing and maybe not need to take an edge right away. But still, I think he's pretty good and will definitely be great depth for the team regardless of what happens. But yeah, definitely, I would say, again, depending on who's available in the draft, like I don't know what the corner spot is there because I was seeing Benjamin Morrison and kind of going in the 20s. But maybe if I could justify the Colts taking him at 14, then that would be. I'm going to, right now, January 17th, This is subject to change. Right now, my wish list is Benjamin Morrison at 14th in the draft. Cornerback out of Notre Dame, who unfortunately will not be playing against Ohio State this week because he's hurt. So just another reason why Ohio State, well, we won't even say it.
Oh, yeah. Who's your pick? You're taking Notre Dame?
Wait, what are you talking about?
You taking Notre Dame? Championship? College championship?
College championship?
Monday? Game, the
national championship game? College football? What are you talking about?
Oh gosh, you're giving up, huh? You're just blocking it from your memory.
Are they still playing college sports? I mean, we all know it's gonna happen.
I guess we're not doing a live watch of the game.
We all know it's gonna happen on Monday. We all.
Anyway,
we all know.
But do you think that this division is going to continue to be so bad? I mean, you guys are second in it with a losing record. I mean, the Jags have taken a step back. The Titans have taken a step back. I mean, I don't think the Texans are going anywhere, but I mean, are you like kind of not worried that, you know, the other teams in your division might pass you? Because, I mean, I don't know what the heck's going on with Trevor Lawrence and Titans. You know, I know Will Levis was killing it in terms as a meme, but maybe not as a quarterback. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, your division is making it pretty easy for you guys to kind of tread water or, you know, fill some holes here.
No, for sure. It's definitely a division that hopefully if it stays like this is, you know, going to be easier to get the title in. But it is a division as well, too, that does have a path to be pretty competitive. Because like we're saying, the Texans could just continue to get better every year with Stroud and D'Amico Ryans. And, you know, who knows what happens with Trevor Lawrence and the coach they bring in. Like, that could turn into a good situation. And if maybe Trevor Lawrence, who knows if he's a great quarterback, but maybe he is a good quarterback in a good situation. And if they find a good situation, then that could be a competitive team. And the Titans have the number 1 overall pick this year. So the Titans could have Shador. So you could have 3 young quarterbacks in the division. Like, the Colts have been kind of lucky that, you're right, the Colts have definitely been lucky at this point. Because I even remember when the Jags took Lawrence with that number 1 overall pick, and I was just like, there's no way. I was like, this has been the Colts all these years. We had luck. We had Manning. We've been the team with the franchise guy, and now we have to watch the Jags do it. And fortunately, they brought in Urban Meyer, and they suck. And the Texans, the same thing happened with Stroud, where they didn't have that number 1 overall pick hype, but obviously the rookie season, he was an incredible prospect. They win the playoff game, and it was like, it's happening again. Lawrence maybe is not developing into the great guy, but now it's just going to be Stroud. Stroud might even be the next Mahomes. Who knows? But this season, you know, they were a step back a little bit, and at least it's maintainable. It's like they're within catching distance. So this is definitely that kind of turn. Like, the Colts are either going to win the division this year or we're going to be 2-14. It'll be that type of season. Because we were still able to we were still almost a wild card team this year.
Yeah. No, you guys were competitive. I don't know. So end of year 2 of Anthony Richardson, like, how are we feeling? Are we still giving him the keys to the city? Like, I don't know, man. What are we doing?
There's only a couple of guys that have gotten their keys to the city taken away, so I don't think we don't want to put Anthony Richardson on that list. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't. Man, I'm not gonna be the Colts fan up here. Man, Anthony Richardson, I still have hope, man. I still believe.
Do you want him to draft like a second round quarterback, like a little something?
Kinda.
A pacer,
Depends.
you know, like when people are running and you have like a pacer, like someone to show you kind of how the speed should be.
Yeah.
Like you kind of have a second rounder to be like, hey, buddy, like this is kind of what we're expecting. Like he's kind of picking us up. Mm-hmm. He can actually hit the wide receiver.
Like you don't delete all the girls out of your phone. Like hey, I still am an attractive guy.
I don't know about that.
There's still some competition. That's
a wild comparison. I don't know about all that.
It just depends on who the second round guy is, honestly. Because the problem is I'm just not super sold on some of the second round guys. I do like Jackson Dart, and I heard Matt Leinart say on Russillo that he also likes Jackson Dart. So I don't know if that makes me more or less solid in my belief.
But yeah, say you bring Jackson Dart.
So maybe Jackson Dart if he's there in the third. Maybe
Yeah.
that's interesting. I don't
I can see it.
second I still feel like we could maybe take like a lineman or something to help Richardson, maybe a receiver, another weapon. Our weapons are pretty good though right now. So I do
Nah, if
actually
Jackson Dart's there in the first, I'm taking. If I'm the Colts, I'm taking it. I'm telling you
14th.
right now, it doesn't matter what kind of lineman you get. You need a quarterback. Your number one need is a quarterback, and I don't. I mean, I already talked about it a million times, but I don't think Anthony Richardson is a long term solution.
I
And
guess
I think in this league, the quicker you move forward, the better it is for you.
what else do we
Because
do this year though? Like going into this offseason, what is our approach at the quarterback position? What would you do?
like get someone new because you have Jonathan
Like
Taylor,
right
you have
now?
Pittman, like you have options. You have options. Jonathan Taylor is not
But
getting
who are
any
you
younger.
getting? Like should we go you want us to sign Sam Darnold?
Heck yeah. That'd be a great signing.
That would actually be
Like
kind of
bring
fun. I
in,
kind of just said that.
yeah,
I was like, that
exactly,
might be a good idea. Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Bring like a good veteran who's gonna be like, hey,
Purdy?
like this is kind of how you play in this league. Like someone, I don't know, not Purdy. You're not getting Purdy. SF is gonna throw the check at him, but
Little Anthony Richardson for Jordan Love trade?
they're not doing that. They just gave him the biggest contract in NFL history. They're not getting cutting him loose.
Maybe
after
that's why
one
they
year.
get rid of him.
Oh god.
Bring in Richardson. That's
Bring
the
in someone
contract
else.
swap.
But
So
yeah,
is
I
it
don't know.
if we can't get, but honestly, like if we can't get Sam Darnold, I don't even know what else. Like Sam Darnold's kind of the one guy that's available. I guess maybe I just need to go back and look at
Yeah.
the market. But
No, he probably would be the best, and you guys could give him a decent.
this is just a
paycheck.
fortunate offseason for Richardson that there is not a lot. And again, I still have I think there maybe is still something there with the man that can be found as a
Yeah.
quarterback talent, but I think this is a very fortunate season where I actually legitimately look at the landscape and go, I actually don't know what would be better for us. Because again, I
Yeah.
do actually think because Steichen was already on the hot seat this year, Ballard's already on the hot seat. So if we're bad, I think everybody's gonna go, and I think we're just gonna tank it out. And we're gonna suck again, and I think we'll just be in a spot in that 26 draft to take a guy number one. So I don't know if signing a guy and being a wild card team again, unless it's maybe a guy like Darnold we could have around for a couple years, like who knows. But I just think we'll be bad regardless. Like we'll either be bad because we'll try to be bad, or we'll be bad intentionally, and we'll just commit to being bad. But because of that, I just think it'll just be the best thing to just kind of see what you have with Richardson, and just ride or die at that point. Because I mean, that's the guy that's supposed to be the franchise guy. So
He's
I am
supposed to be, but there's always busts. Busts happen for a reason. And that's the thing I think people don't realize is like there's someone's gonna be the DeMarcus Russell. Like as many Josh Allens as there are, miracle quarterbacks as there are. There's also plenty of failings along the way. And no one ever wants someone to fail. I mean, maybe like a rivals and stuff. But I mean, you definitely want Anthony Richardson to be a good player, but maybe it's just not. Maybe he just doesn't have it. It just is. And there's a lot of players who just can't do it because of injuries.
Yeah, and it's also just like the different levels and the expectations that you put on guys as well too, and then the situations that they're in. Like, yeah, maybe it's just not the spot and the timing for Anthony Richardson for it to all work out. But I honestly will say too, as like a Colts fan, I don't know if he even gets the full season next year. Like, last season I was saying he should be the starter all season. Like, I didn't see the need to move to Flacco to try to be the wild card spot and lose in the first round. But next season, like if things are going south and it's week 10, like what are we going to get in those? Like maybe, I don't know, like is there a Justin Fields thing that going to happen? But like even Fields where it's like those back half of the weeks, there was like a couple of games that felt like a couple of times where he played well. Like it necessarily hasn't materialized into a career. Like I feel like if we're halfway plus through the season next year, then, and I would give it a couple weeks. I would say I would at least give it to like the week 8 point. Like I wouldn't make a move after week 4. But
sure.
If we're at that halfway mark and it's starting to look dicey, like then emotionally I'm ready. I'm ready to detach emotionally from Anthony Richardson if it's not going well next year. I will be ready. I will be willing to admit defeat.
Wow, year 3, he's out. All right.
Yep, I can admit defeat in year 3. Because fortunately, Scoot's been playing well, so I can just say that Scoot will take my Anthony Richardson stock.
No, for real. But anyway, I'll definitely keep an eye out on this Spurs game. It's pretty good. But I gotta get going.
Yeah.
Just stay off of ESPN on Monday night or any news sources because it might be pretty tough for you as a Michigan fan.
No, I'm just gonna be on Red Note, just scrolling Red Note.
Have you actually got it?
No.
You gotta get it, man.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
on it.
Of course, you're
Yeah.
you're a trendsetter. You're a
My job. I mean, Lemonade
You're on the
is
front
also
lines.
pretty good too. Lemonade made by TikTok is also still
Shout out
also
Beyonce.
a pretty good alternative if you want something in English. But
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Shanghu Shu.
Is there any is Red Note like is there good stuff on it? How does it compare to the early days of TikTok?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Everything's in Mandarin, so it's tough to read stuff. But you figure your way out. It'll get you to the English content.
Are there any big companies on Red Note? Is there like an ESPN page on Red Note yet?
No, because you can't do really ads. I don't think you can promote stuff yet.
Yeah?
It's in China, and it is controlled by the Chinese government. So it's like, it's kind of weird. And then also people are mad now because they're starting to talk about blocking like all stuff not Chinese. So it'll be like Chinese only servers.
So Americans have to start
servers,
making like China content?
We're going to have our own servers. So like on the app or whatever, and so people are like, oh, like we can't connect with people out in the outside world.
Oh, so they'll like lose the international
The communist
factor?
government doesn't, yeah, because the communist government always doesn't want like people starting to talk.
Yeah, they're like a protective parent,
but
like a homeschool parent.
anyways, yeah, one of the funny things that I saw was like someone was like, oh, is it true in America that you gotta pay thousands of dollars for the ambulance? Is that just propaganda? I was like, oh, we're so good. But,
wait, so do we need to get on Red Note? Do we need to be like one of the first creators on Red Note?
You need it's a new world. It's a new frontier.
Yeah, download it.
If new frontier to colonize.
If you'll put the account on your phone, we'll get on Red Note. Follow us on Red Note.
All right, that's what's up. We'll check it out. Take a look. We'll still be on TikTok, but you know.
Yeah, TikTok's not going
out here. Pew pew, Wild West. But anyway, that's about it from me. I'll let you be in the capable hands of Rem here. But I gotta bounce, so good seeing you for a couple of years, buddy.
Bet. Good seeing you.
Yeah.
Did we get it changed over? Okay, shout out. Love seeing him. But we gotta get caught up on the games here, people. Let's get a wrap up on because like we said, that Spurs I guess no, that Lakers Nets game is the last start time game. But I guess the last real game, Spurs Grizzlies, who knows? Lakers Nets is a close one anyways. You know the Lakers aren't gonna blow anybody out. But let's see here. Timberwolves do take down the Knicks as well. No Towns tonight though. He was out. Brunson with 26. Anunoby with 18. Bridges with 15. 6 for 17. Back to earth a little bit. From, of course, playing well for a stretch there in the season. On the Minnesota side, was Randall in for tonight? He was. Oh, man, Randall. Does anybody want to guess how many points Randall had? The Timberwolves fans already know. Unfortunately, he only had 8 points. Edwards had 36. Man, see, the joke should have been Edwards and Randall had, 44 points combined. But Randall just had 8 of them. Who knows? Maybe Edwards needed to have a little bit more than 36 to make that joke. But either way, Randall sucked tonight. It's just what it is. I guess 8, 7, and 6. A Ben Simmons stat line. Do we call that the Simmons? It's like the almost triple. It's like almost a really impressive stat line. It's like if you had hit one more shot, 2 more rebounds, another assist. It's like now all of a sudden people are like, man, this guy had a game. But Ben Simmons would have these games where, again, like he would have 10, 11, and 10. And awesome stat line. It's like Ben Simmons is the most versatile player in the league. Cowherd's writing LeBron off because we have Ben Simmons. And he would have another game where it's like 9, 8, and 7, and then nobody talks about it. And, that's the classic triple-double thing. But especially for that kind of range. Draymond as well, too. Like, Draymond, of course, can be like a real barely kind of triple-double guy, like a 10, 10, and 10. But also 6, 9, 7, 8, and 4. He's got a phone number box score? He's got the phone number box score. Julius Randle with the phone number box score tonight. 8760026. Yikes. Julius Randle. Again, in some ways it's good, in some ways it's bad. You know, Jaden Dan, I guess, again, once you start getting into double-digit points, there's no phone number that's a 10-2-2-2-2-0. But, yeah, shout out our guy Julius Randle. And it's, you need it more than a 5. It's like a very specific thing, the phone number box score. Because it's like more than a 5 on some of those. You know, it's not just some guy off the bench like Nickeil Alexander putting up a 6-2-1 and a, like, you know, that's fine. That's what the man's supposed to do. But yeah, obviously if he gets a 10 or 12, be ideal. At least not tonight. They won by 17, so you're good. But shout out to Julius Randle. Celtics, of course, officially over the Magic. The Hornets and the Bulls in a matchup tonight. I guess we're not. Are we just going to do Sports Center, go through the scores to end it? But let's just get a Murray stat line. Let's get the news and the notes, the important notes. So Murray finished with 30, a whole 12 of 24, 2 of 7 for 3. Westbrook with an 11, 0 and 7. See, not a telephone. Obviously the 11 in the front, but you know, a 0 on the rebounds. Maybe if the blocks and the steals were way up. Jaime Jaquez is another potential telephone box score kind of guy. Let's see. Can we get anybody else tonight with that? Randall might win the day. I feel like that'd be a good award to give out too, because it could be like a performance like Randall where you're like, yikes, or it could be, maybe it's a guy, again, maybe it is a guy off the bench, but he does and it's like a hustle and it's filling up the stat sheet. You know, again, it's all expectations, but it is also, you know, usage and efficiency as well too. If you're putting up 8 points on, you know, 20 shots versus they sub you in the game for a couple times, get a couple looks, take advantage. But yeah, you heard Sam talking about it. Unfortunately, this weekend is going to be tough. I guess Sunday we do have NFL football, and make no mistake, people, we are going to go crazy for the NFL. Just stay tuned to the Rem and Sam pod. Like I said, we might find us on Red Note. You might find us on just who knows what apps you'll find us, but we'll definitely be here on YouTube for the divisional round of the playoffs on Sunday. So don't miss us for that. Just Monday. Who knows, Chad? Just stay tuned next week. We'll see what happens next week. It's going to be a tough week after we know what inevitably happens on Monday. And is Monday also the inauguration, chat? Who knows what we're talking about on that day? But shout out. Did you? I know everybody saw the Trump portrait. There's just no way that's real. It's like, what are we going to be in for in the history books these next 4? Like, that presidential portrait is not going to, unfortunately, be aligned with just a normal presidential term. So hopefully, maybe it is just, you know, Canada and U.S. merge together and something like that happens. You know, Puerto Rico officially becomes a state. But then we lose the Puerto Rico tax breaks, you know, all those guys that take advantage of that. So, yeah, anyways, chat, like I said, we're going to be here all weekend for the incredible week of sports of, you know, we got championship sports, playoffs, things on the line, chat. It's going to be crazy. Oh, we didn't even talk about Drake in the lawsuit. Maybe we'll talk about that on Sunday, chat. It is, I know Sam is like, I got to get out of here before he asks me about Drake suing some people. When we got on the call, when we were not on the live stream, I was like, it's a good thing you stopped by because you have to defend your boy Drake. And he just, he literally didn't even say anything. He just totally brushed it off. The man has to be down bad with what he's going through right now. So we'll see. I guess, you know, maybe a lot more Boss Man D-Lo. Maybe Big X the plug. I don't know. Do we need to find a guy? The Drake takeover pod for Sam next week or I guess, you know, next time Sam pops on, we will be doing guys to replace Drake as Sam's favorite artist because Drake is out right now, chat. It's just what it is. The streets are not vibing. It's a tough time for the boy, for Champagne Poppy. I mean, you know, Champagne Poppy, the Spotify is still champagne popping, the social media, all that stuff. But what are the streets saying, chat? Maybe We'll be talking playoff football and Drake lawsuits on Sunday, and maybe more developments in the hip hop music world as the next week unfolds. I mean, next week we got The Weeknd moved his album back, so I don't know. Did Central C just scare him off, or no? Shout out again, the LA Fires. And as it continues to go, I haven't actually gotten an update today on what has happened over there, so I don't know the updates on containment, all that stuff. But I did see that it. Again, I don't even want to just assume that I saw that things are turning around, but you just hope to see that things are starting to. Again, it's I guess you can't even say turn around at this point because of the devastation that has taken place at some of those spots. But I guess it's just in terms of the fighting up the fires, that turning around, and then I don't even know what the proper term is for the right phrase, chat, because I also don't even think it's totally set in on like what this is, like at least from a national standpoint anyways. And I don't know if that's a scary thing. I don't know if that's a relationship to the LA, the industry. Like, I don't know what it is, chat, but you hear, and I don't know if it's just maybe the full information about what's going on, but at least from my understanding, like, there's arson involved. There's people that like, I think, is it fair to say that this is like a terrorist attack on the city? Like, I don't know how else you say it, chat. I guess, the wildfire, like, how are wildfires usually started? Smokey the Bear, like, put out your forest fire. Don't throw your cigarette butt in the pile of leaves in the middle of the woods. Like, I guess, are all forest fire, are a lot of forest fires man-made in a way, but it seemed like obviously there was there's the conspiracies as well too. I'm out there, I'm sure, about how organized it was. I don't know. I'm not necessarily claiming anything on that, but if you have, I'm just saying from what I've read, it seems like it lines up on a lot of those types of things, or is at least as close to that as you can get. It's just like, the national sort of, and not to say that there hasn't been, of course, a national support behind LA, but maybe just again that feeling of what has happened. Like, it's still, it still is referred to as the LA wildfires, and again, that's just an easy thing to call it as in terms of that type of event happening, but it's not like lightning struck a tree this time and the woods caught on fire. Like, that doesn't seem like they didn't arrest a cloud, like that's not what happened. So it just seems like maybe even the full impact of what this event was, and I'm not, I guess the nation necessarily doesn't need to be victimized here. Like, this is all, of course, LA. Like, that's what I'm just saying. Like, it's just a terrible thing, chat. It's crazy. But anyways, yeah, shout out to those people. Shout out to just everybody that has to, be affected and try to pick themselves up after that, chat. And, for those of us that, like we, we have our own natural events here, whatever, chat, but, that's just a crazy thing to happen. And fortunately for us as well, too, like, there are regions of the area that, it's like, okay, maybe a tornado is in for this region, but, then there are areas within the area that just don't get it. Like, and then, there are certain states like Oklahoma that just get pummeled every year by tornadoes. And it just, we can only be blessed and be thankful for, of course, the safety and the, the stuff that we do have while we have it, chat. But, yeah, I guess, hug your loved ones, dump a little water on your fire just in case, put the cigarette butts in the ashtray next time. Go smoke that doobie on some concrete, chat, just in case. Who knows? But either way, like I said, stay tuned. We'll be back this weekend. Follow us on all the social platforms. Stay tuned. We'll be popping up on a couple of different ones in the future. We're also, of course, the podcast version's available on Spotify and Apple as well. So there we go. Do we follow Sam on Instagram, people? Give Sam a follow. Follow Sam on Spotify. And our Spotify playlist as well, too. I guess I should mention that. Shout out. Maybe we'll do... I was thinking about doing an update with like a tweaker update. Maybe. Slide in the DMs, chat. Let us know what songs you want in the Rem and Sam Spotify playlist. But is everybody still bumping tweaker? Or is that moment already passed? Am I just an old man waking up like, what's this tweaker business? What's been that corner? We will see. Oh, geez. Third quarter, and Grizzlies are up by 14. Make it 16. And Jaw's not even playing. Sam had a... we bring Sam on to watch a game, and it's just like, it doesn't even happen. Make no mistake. We're just not going to be paying attention. But it's a good thing we weren't anyways, because I don't want to see the Spurs lose. So, shout out. Thank you guys for jumping on tonight. We will be back later this week.